Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PlayStation Siege European Championships. My name is Blue. Joining me here on the desk today is going to be Stokes, and it's our pleasure to be bringing you all of the action throughout today's tournament as we are down to our final four teams to determine our ultimate European champion for the PlayStation tournament. Stokes, how you doing today, my man?
Doing fantastic, man. Really excited to get back into some console Siege and see what PlayStation has to offer. I mean, it's been a little while since I got to experience some competitive play on console, so definitely going to be an interesting day.
Let's go ahead and get the format up on the screen, see how exactly these teams are going to be duking it out. Fairly standard Siege as far as I'm concerned here. Obviously 5-on-5 in our usual TDM bomb format. These will be played in best of 3, and it's a good thing too because it's only single elimination, so one match lost and you are out. Teams have been playing over the past couple weeks and months to make it to this point already as well. Through our regional qualifiers, our regional finals, and finally here in the final bracket for the European final itself. Speaking of which, we can go ahead and get that bracket up on screen now and see the teams that have managed to make it here. As once again, we've already played out a considerable amount of this bracket. The quarterfinals have finished, and we are already at the semifinals where we have 2023 Wanted Team France, Wii Sports, as well as Ule Rat that have stepped up to the plate today here to try and claim our grand championship, as well as be the overall champion here. And what exactly are they going to be fighting for? Well, for first place, they're going to be taking home some PS5s. That's certainly a prize to be writing home about. One per each player, of course, on top of 1,000 euros cash to be split amongst the players. Our second place finish is going to take home 500 euros in PlayStation Store credit. And for every team that managed to make it here to the European Championship bracket, they are all going to be going home with 100 euros in PlayStation Store credit for their efforts.
Well, you know, store credit is fantastic, Blue, but some fresh off the presses PS5s, on the other hand, that's a little bit of a different story. I think we're going to have a lot of people really biting for those PlayStation 5s today.
Well, speaking of this tournament, once again, it is brought to you, folks, by our friends at PlayStation Tournaments. We want to give a nice shout out to them. If you guys are looking to compete not only in Rainbow Six, but all of your favorite games, be sure to head over to compete.playstation.com, where they have plenty of tournaments running for so many different games that are on offer for PlayStation. And right now, they're running a special promotion where you can earn cash prizes as well as in-game rewards just for playing in your favorite tournaments. Don't even have to win. Let's go ahead and find out more about that.
The PlayStation Winter Win-a-thon is well underway, but there's still plenty of time to spread the holiday spirit throughout your favorite games. Rank towards the top of our monthly leaderboard and receive cash prizes. No need to win the whole tournament, just individual matches to score points. Channel your inner champion and make your mark on the competition by December 31st.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Winter Win-a-thon. Feel free to head over to compete.playstation.com to find out more information about how you can join up. With that said, it is time to start talking about our very first matchup of the day, our first semifinal between our four teams that we have left in the tournament. It's going to be 2023 going up against Wanted Team FR. Let's go ahead and get their roster up on the board here. We can already see 2023's. We've got DJ Dave Penta, Mystery Masker 69, as well as ZL Butters, Hayes, and QB that are stepping up here to be the roster for this team. We've got their stats from earlier on in the tournament here as well. Quite obviously, pretty flawless record because you kind of need to make it to this point here with 6 wins and only 1 loss for an overall win rate of about 86%. We'll take a look at the other side of the coin, see what our other roster looks like. Stokes will be talking about them a little bit.
Yeah, obviously don't want to be dropping too many maps, but now we have Wanted Team France here with Shinji, Wanted Ahin, as well as Alpi, Madara, and Sad, which Sad will actually be stepping in for, I believe, one other person. So it should be pretty interesting to see what Wanted it brings to the table, but they are sharing the same record as we saw from before. 86% win rates, only dropping one map, but as you said it best, John. You cannot be dropping that many maps. So we'll see what they can do today up against Team 2023.
Go ahead and get the vetoes up on your screen, folks. This is going to be the ranked map pool, by the way, in case anyone was curious about what our pool is going to be for the maps today. So you might be noticing some interesting ones up there on our band side, most notably kind of Outback and Canal, which are maps we don't always tend to see in the pool here. But we are going to end up on 3 fairly standard competitive R6 maps. Bank is going to be one of our first, as well as Oregon, and then finally Chalet will finish things off. I believe we will be starting off on Oregon, though, if I have the maps in order correctly in front of me. So we'll be heading to that one first as Team FR's pick.
Yeah, so it should make for a pretty interesting day. We could have some things obviously get changed up that you and I aren't really accustomed to. So us on the fly, as well as maybe some teams as well. This is something that you're more than likely only going to be playing inside of the ranked, competitive pool up against some people that you really don't even know. You got to really get in the moment and try and figure it out, on maps like Favela and Canal. So it could make for some very interesting strats. I'm excited to see what people bring in, more of a coordinated setting.
Another important wrinkle to add to our rule set here as well for you folks at home that might be used to watching your standard competitive Siege rule set. That's going to be that we are running with the ranked rules for this tournament here. So best of 3s all the way, but they're going to be fairly quick best of 3s, folks, because we are only playing to 4 rounds for the win instead of the usual 7 that you normally see played out in competitive matches. That does mean as well teams are going to have to be very, very quick to adjust for their mistakes, as we will be switching just on those 2-round markers there. So lots of our 3-round markers, excuse me. So lots of opportunities there for teams to be able to quickly rebound, but also very short amount of time to make those rebounds happen. So teams will have to be watching their back and make sure that every strategy they bring to the table, they are certain of. So there's not going to be a whole lot of times for reruns inside of these games.
Yeah, some very punishing rule sets, but it's going to make for some very action-packed rounds. These teams are going to want to get in each other's faces and, really try and strategize hard. Maybe some cheese strats come out. You never know. We could see some blitz gameplay today. We could see some chonka. I mean, there's so many different ways that you can abuse things in Siege that can just give you that one round that's extremely important. And now that weight is, even more paramount to their success here at the European Championships. So a lot on the line to play for today, guys, as well as a condensed rule set is going to make for some very interesting Siege.
Certainly going to be wanting to make sure you bring the best performance possible. Once again, those PlayStation 5s are on the line for our winning roster, potentially take home, so do not want to be losing it when you are so close to victory. That's a big upgrade to your overall prize pool here, just starting with the €100 you can use on the PlayStation Store to be split amongst the team. Obviously going up to the €1,000 of cash on top of the PlayStation 5 for each individual member of the team. That is a heck of a lot more to go home with. So these teams are definitely going to be wanting to make sure they get through not only this first round of matchups here between our first and second semifinal, but the second one as well inside of the grand final itself. But that'll be the big question. Who exactly will be stepping up to the plate? Who exactly will be looking to kind of prove themselves here? I will have to wait and see. Once again, these are going to be teams that we haven't had an opportunity to spectate too much ourselves just as of yet. So I'm going to be very, very curious to see how these teams stand up and more importantly, how they compare to some of our more mainstay competitive teams that you and I tend to cast on PC, such as in the NAL and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it could make for some very, competitive gameplay, mostly because a lot of console Siege is, the thing about console Siege is that you don't actually have any assistance, inside of your aim. So you still have to use that analog stick and line up those headshots. There's nothing to try and assist you like some other competitive shooters. So it can make for some very difficult moments, but it can also make for some moments that you would never expect in your entire life. And that's why I really, really appreciate competitive Siege, especially on console. So I'm excited to see it here once again today. That's where my casting roots are from. So this might be uncharted territory for you, John, but I've experienced these waters.
Hey, listen, as long as there's no aim assist, I'm a happy camper at the end of the day when it comes to that sort of matchup. But so yeah, it has led to kind of an interesting chain of events, as I'm sure many of you who are familiar with Siege may have seen. Obviously, with the death of kind of like the Xbox scene and whatnot, we saw all those console players tend to move over towards the PC scene to kind of keep the pro stuff going. And unfortunately, the overall controller input hasn't transitioned, mainly due to the lack of that aim assist. So it's kind of been kept alive in its own little bubble inside of the console ecosystems themselves. So it's going to be fun to see what the best of the best can bring from this department, considering, once again, the overall increased difficulty that you'll have in Siege compared to some other console shooters that you may be used to playing, such as COD and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is that there is some truthfully nasty players on console, like some that you're just sitting there questioning as to how they achieve this with just a controller, you know. And it's actually crazy. Like I remember back in the day, like a couple of my friends being like down hard console players with controllers, and you know being blamed for other things, and have to like post videos on social media of them playing with controllers to be able to go, look, man, I'm just good at the video game. And it's so cool how these people achieve that with just no aim assist. So, you know, I'm really excited to see what they offer today. And we could see some really interesting strats come out of this as well, because I feel like console has always had a very creative community around what they do with their operators. There's a much larger pool of players than there are on PC as well. So, you know, it just makes it to where there's a lot going on all the time at every single rank inside of the, you know, ranked pool. So you could see some amazing things, man. We're used to like Finka and like grenades right now. That's mostly what they're running for everything, as well as some some secondary hard utility and like a hard breach. That's mostly what we got going on right now, depending on the map. But we could see that completely thrown out the window, man. We could see a lot more, you know, execute based stuff, a lot more smoke play. You know, we just really don't know.
I think we are going to potentially see a pretty good amount of breadth of that strategy too, considering the maps that we'll be playing into specifically. The fact that we're on the ranked format instead of the comp format is probably going to hurt that a little bit. But overall, I think that going to Oregon, Bank, and Chalet, those are three very strat-heavy maps. Three maps that we're really going to see our teams have to kind of stretch their strategical prowess on, especially inside of this type of format here. So hopefully, once again, we're going to get some pretty creative stuff out of it. We are running, while we're waiting, folks, we are running a Twitch chat, or Twitch poll, excuse me, inside of the Twitch chat. And a little fluster there. We're early today. But either way, we want to know from you guys who is going to end up coming out on top of this matchup. Be sure to submit your vote now and let us know between Team 2023 and Wanted Team FR. We'll get your results up on screen here in just a second and see if you guys are ultimately going to be correct by the time we get to the end of this series and the end, of course, of this 3-map run for ourselves. We are just waiting, by the way, on a few more players to join the lobby. That is the current cause of delay. So we do apologize for any hesitation getting the game started here. But we're working to get things started as quickly as we possibly can. Just waiting on a few of those players to hop into the lobby right now.
Yeah, it's the morning over here in NA, and it's a little dark over in Europe right now. So some people trying to get things wrapped up around dinner, I'm sure, and make sure everyone's happy in the household before they sit down and start to launch things inside of a competitive tournament that they're not going to be able to move from for a couple of hours. So got to make sure everything is right as rain initially before we get into this one. But again, we're excited here, folks. 2023 up against Wanted. And you know, just looking through these player sheets, John, there's a couple of interesting things that pop out to me. Number one, everyone here is a fragger. I don't see a single hard breach inside of these favorite operators. I wish I could say that I did, but I would be just lying. I would absolutely be lying. We've got things like Sledge. We've got Ace. I mean, if you really want to throw that in there, but it's Ace. He's the fragger of all of the hard breaches. He's like even more fragger, I would say, than Habana is. She's got a really good gun, but the AK-12, man, the AK-12 is just so good.
The Fragger's hard breacher, I guess you could say, is what he is. So
yes,
hopefully a lot of him going to be brought to the fold today here, assuming he doesn't get banned out, of course, but as we will still obviously have the bans in play. But other than that, once again, hopefully going to still be seeing a plethora of picks in the hard breach department here, especially considering the maps we're going to be going on to Oregon, Bank, and Chalet. Not going to lie, that's going to be pretty hard maps to play if you're not bringing at least a consistent hard breach or consistent ace at a minimum, as Stokes was just talking about there. So I'm going to hope teams will be pushing one player into that position, whether they're comfortable or not. Otherwise, we're going to have to see some very creative strategies on the attack here for teams to get access to the site.
Absolutely. And, you know, I was actually just considering this. I can't wait to see some map tricking. I really want to see some map tricking on console just to see how they achieve this. Because, you know, it's going to be a little bit more difficult than, you know, an M&K input. You're going to have to use that analog stick and get that nice torch line. You know, there's going to be a lot of change ups in strategy. And speaking of things, well, let's see what chat is thinking about right now. And it looks like they're thinking 2023 at, I believe, 52%. So it's a slight advantage. I mean, Wanted might want to talk to you guys after they win this. I don't really know. But, you know, it's very, very tight. We'll have to see if you guys are right after this matchup.
Very, very slight advantage there. They've got those couple of extra fans just kind of punching the bar over the edge a little bit into their favor. So either way, they will take our poll. We'll have to follow up a little bit later to see if you guys in the chat were correct about that, or if once again their opponents will end up coming out on top here in Team Wanted, as they will try to push on into the grand final as well for a slot and a spot to try and earn those PlayStation 5s on top of the 1,000 euros of cash that is going to be going to our winners here today. Once again, folks, still just waiting on those few extra players to join up into this server. That is a cause of delay for getting things started here on Oregon. Once we have them joined up, should be nothing else holding us back to get things started, and we jumping into that first map to see who will come out on top of this matchup.
Well, don't worry. There's still plenty of things to talk about these console kids with, man. I can tell you. Listen, we've got Coastline as well, John, as like 50% of these people's favorite map. That is a ludicrous stat. That is a insane stat to talk about for Rainbow Six. Coastline is the most Hell in a Cell thing that has been ever invented in Rainbow Six Siege. It's TDM over objective, as we would say. So everyone is just going to really be trying to get in each other's face if we do go to that map today. And I would expect nothing else out of the console community because it is always aggressive plays when it comes to FPS games, and that's what I appreciate so much about it. But we're not going to get Coastline, unfortunately, inside of this first matchup, so we're going to have to wait. Aw, I know, everyone's sad. I'm sad as well, just because, I mean, look at this. Just so many coastlines here. The other map that is predominantly here, John, Oregon. How are you feeling about that? We're going from Coastline all the way across to Oregon. Strat heavy, very condensed map, very close quarters. Shotguns play heavily into this. What do you got to say?
I mean, the Coastline one makes sense, right? When you considered how few like hard breach favorite operator picks we had there, just a lot of fraggers basically inside of the lobbies here today. That makes pretty perfect sense. Yeah, the shift over to Oregon though almost makes you feel like we've got kind of like a lingering meta from the previous version of Oregon to some extent, where we did kind of see that map be a little bit played out and it would turn into kind of frag heavy from time to time. So I'm curious to see if like consoles maybe like a little bit behind on the new version of this map and they're maybe playing it like the old version. But I'll be fair, like the new version didn't change a whole lot when it comes to that playstyle, just kind of slowed things down a bit more than anything. So I'm very curious to see how that one's going to play out, because that one should be our first map here coming up as well. So we're hopefully going to get a very good picture of how these teams are faring on that map right from the get-go of our tournament here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what is looking like we are running into some more significant delay with getting the matchup started. We do apologize for that delay in getting things going, but we are going to take a short break while we do work to remedy that. So stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. When we do return, we'll have the first map here of the PlayStation Tournament's European Championship. And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PlayStation Tournament's Rainbow Six European Championship. We've got the match ready to rock and roll, so let's not waste any time as we get into our very first map of our very first semifinal of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to go into this matchup and find out who's going to be our first grand finalist, who will be moving forward, who will still have the chance to earn a PlayStation 5 today. We'll be finding out very, very shortly here as we get into 2023 versus Team Wanted in the next few seconds here, starting off more than likely on Oregon as our first map here between these two teams.
It's going to be a very exciting turn of events here, my friend, as we didn't know if we were going to be having this game a couple of minutes ago. It was coming down to the wire, but luckily enough, everyone got home and got to their consoles before that timer hit where somebody was more than likely going to call an admin. So we're here, we're excited, we're ready to see Oregon between 2023 and Wanted. We're just waiting for them to load in, and then we will hop in as well and see what they have to offer. John, it's all going to start in the band though, and I think as some newer viewers more than likely coming to this will have to do some explaining as to what's going to be going on initially, because there's a lot of things going on in Siege. There's a lot of moving pieces, so we're going to try our best to walk you guys through it, at least in this initial game here. And just as a reminder as to how we got to this moment before we hop on in, it's going to be Bank, Oregon, and then Chalet. So I believe we have Oregon second, Bank first, but no, you were very darn close, John. Very darn close.
Oregon is actually first.
Is it? Oh, yeah, man.
Well, Oregon is our first.
Look at me. Look at me reading left to right. How do you know what? Oh, never again. Never again. Right to left from now on. But Oregon is most definitely going to be taking us in here for this best of three. And once again, guys, just to remind you after the break as well, this is a ranked format for these maps. So it is going to be first to four unless we get to overtime, in which it is going to be that best of three rounds.
Once again, guys, it is going to be very strat heavy considering it is those three maps, so a lot of build up basically to be expected for these teams here. I say that, but we could be in for a surprise on that part here. Like we said, we don't necessarily know how the high-level console playstyle tends to differ from what we're used to seeing on like the actual pro circuit and whatnot on the PC, so could be in for some very, very different stuff if these teams want to try to bring a more explosive playstyle to the table. Stokes was already mentioning it. We could potentially see some like shield play, especially on maps like Bank. That basement assault is kind of prone for that if teams are going to leave areas like server more vulnerable to the assault, but we'll worry about that when we get to Bank. For things like Oregon, it's certainly alive as well, and a very similar route as well. You have that construction push, which players can try to go right for if the defensive setups to kind of fend off the pressure from construction are not going to be adequate enough. But normally, once again, we kind of see that very slow process of broiling down, taking out the electrical hatch and looking for an execute option in through there as well. But sometimes be a little bit harder to coordinate these things. So we'll have to see if our teams are going to be bringing the full brunt of that strategy to the table, or if we'll get a little bit something different from either 2023 or Team Wanted once these teams are ready to jump into their first map here.
Yeah, most definitely, my friend. I think we are just moments away from seeing what these teams want to pull off the table. And luckily enough, we queued it up just like it was supposed to be, just like it was rehearsed, folks. We are jumping in right on the keywords, and we are going to hop in with the blue team's bands. Unfortunately enough, we will not be able to see the names until we get there. So we'll tell you what is going on with the bands, and then we'll allocate it to the teams later on. Now, this is going to be Oregon, as we were talking about before the break. It's a little bit of a strat heavy map, and that's going to actually bring out the Thatcher ban here, a man with EMPs that disables and also breaks some utilities on the defender's side and just makes access just a little bit easier towards those reinforced walls and such. Monty going to be one of our main shielders on offense as well. More of a deployable shield. It extends all the way down to his toes, makes him a little bit more of a hard target. Constant pressure as well. He'll be removed just to make things easier for this defense to hold on to some far to reach areas.
We're talking about how shield play was going to be a little bit more prominent on console, and I think we were right about that, as they're pretty heavy on the ban pools here. Clash is going to be our first defender choice to be knocked out as well. Clash, great possibility to kind of block out some areas of the map, especially choke points and whatnot, as you get closer to the site at the end of the round, so she could be very, very useful under this format. Time to knock her out. Amira still too universally useful. Once again, the ability to pre-fire, just kind of set up even pre-fires with those mirror windows is very annoying for attackers to deal with. Shusi is very commonly removed from the pool when the option is given. That'll take us through the ban phase and into our first round here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how exactly things are going to roll, as I believe Team Wanted is going to be our orange team and 2023 will be the blue team.
Yes, indeed. That is how it's going to be going down. And they will be these respective colors the entire time, even when they switch sides. So won't be too confusing. Just remember to allocate those respectively. So no 6 picks coming in just yet. We will have Jackal off rip here for Goku Zen. We'll be using their in-game tags to make things a little bit easier for us folks. But we'll be talking about the stats more after the game. Either way, though, just some additions here to Oregon. We'll be running the double hard breach with Maverick and Ace, and then a flank watch with Nomad coming in with those air jabs.
All right, so we'll load in here in just a second and see what exactly the setup is going to be. As we get ourselves into the first round here, once again, our blue team is going to be starting things out upstairs, actually, as they'll be taking the little bit of a different path to start off on sites. Not going to be too far from what we're used to seeing, though, once again, in terms of just, again, a comfort site pick. This is a site where we've seen plenty of defensive teams come out on top here, and the setup is going to align thusly as well. Lots of utility mitigation coming in for our defensive setup here between, obviously, once again, those Aruni gates being able to block off access across the map. On top, once again, of the Jaeger ADSs being able to deal with a lot of that nade pressure, too, and it's a good thing, because as you'll see on the right side, our orange team 4, Wanted, is going to be bringing quite a bit of that to the table between the 5 operators that they have brought into the fold this time.
Yes, indeed. Quite a few throwables, especially with Sigid bringing in the stuns and Gokuzen also having the smoke. So could see some pretty interesting play. Butters is actually going to be standing inside on the tower side here, just looking for an early pick. Just to time it well. One's there, but not able to land his shot. So immediately rotate up. And is he actually going to play tower here? He will. And this is what I was trying to tell you about, Blue. Console players just have a different mentality as to how to play this game. It's not going to be as fallback heavy as it originally was. There's going to be a lot more one-on-one engagements here. Although Shinji a drone in up top, at least be able to get some read as to someone being here. It's all about the nade bank, but I don't believe it's going to be doing too much damage. Shinji's just not going to have the angle that he would once want, and not really getting assistance from his team here either. And that's where the team play really starts to build up inside of Rainbow Six. You can see the team completely spread across the map. They're just looking for any soft spots inside of this defense right now, but all these solo plays might not add up to too much if Butters continues to delay.
Yeah, so Butters continuing to waste massive chunks of time. Already a third of the round dealt with here by him. He's going to throw some context pings here to try to help out his teammates a little bit if they can line up any crossfires, but not going to find anyone specifically on that rappel. What you will see, though, is the assistance coming in from Dave Penta, and the response from Saad as well quickly deals with Butters, to be fair, after about a minute and a half of delay, and now opens up more attacking routes for the orange team here. 4 team wanted to use to try and get themselves downstairs.
Yes, I'm going to continue his way as well, and actually a misread. Looks like Mystery's found some space, but not able to land his shot. Saad will pop the adrenal surge as he comes back in towards lobby, but actually not trying to be too forceful with this. Instead is white stairs as of right now. That's going to be the directive for the offense. Obviously, I have Ace up here as well, but it's going to be Saad once again as he rotates back through lobby. Has Dave to deal with as well, but Dave with the SMG-11 gets some damage off. Nitro Cell out, but Saad is nowhere to be found. Be able to get back into sight past the laser gate. Now, this doesn't stop bullets, but at least stops some throwables and possibly a body from sprinting in there. DJ will at least position up close and personal here inside of this space. As with the rest of the defense, they do not want to allow anyone to try and get into the actual site. And an important gunfight to win here, and Dave will actually do it and achieve this. 35 seconds remain now for the offense to get something done, as white stairs still the priority for Shinji. No more frag grenades, all down to the gun power of that M4. Have the shotgun close here for Kyuubi as well, and this is where things could get very dangerous for the orange team. Madara having some complications with this rotation hole as well, so orange team lost for wear, especially with Gokuzen going down, but it's traded out from Shinji. He's found some space here deep inside of Dorans, but now Dave gets traded out as well, as down into the 1v1. Kaze has the angle, and the defense will take the first round.
So some great stuff coming out there from our defensive side, as 2023 is going to be able to pick up the initial round here. Thankfully for them, Wanted ran into some serious issues trying to clear out the double wall leading into games, and that unfortunately split up their attack too much and allowed for our blue team here for 2023 to be able to pick up the defensive win, mainly by just trading it out in the final seconds of the round. Prior to that, though, Wanted making some great forward progress. Yeah, getting slowed down quite a bit by the positioning from Butters up on top of T3, but aside from that, once that had been done, didn't seem to have too much of an issue or too many holdouts in terms of trying to get themselves back outside of the site before they worked themselves forward and eventually tried to execute there. It is looking like we had our orange team dip out for a second, so give us a moment while we figure out what happened there for Wanted, and then we'll obviously resume things as they were in a second. We can't really pause the game here at this point, so that's more than likely just going to be a rehost. Someone had a bug or something, so give us a second. We'll let the admins look into that, and then we'll figure out what the heck is going on and get things started as quickly as possible.
Yeah, looks like they want to have a rehost here, so I just got a little bit of information in, and yeah, so as to be expected, that's usually what ends up happening when you have an entire team just leave like that. Usually it's just one person that ends up lagging out if you do have an issue on somebody's end. So we'll be seeing what the team exactly needs from the admins, and we'll get that all patched up. But luckily enough, shouldn't be too long. It's only one round that's been played, and we have an entire match history thing inside of our selector for our custom game. So we can get that patched up. We won't have to do anything wonky in order to fix it. So it should be pretty straightforward from here. But John, what do you think so far, my man? I mean, we've already had some very interesting play. I don't know if you were exactly ready to experience Console Siege, but here we are. You know, it's gunfight heavy. People make their solo plays, and it's a good time.
Yeah, absolutely the case there, especially again with the positioning that we were seeing from the T3 player. They were just kind of wasting loads of time. And as we saw, our attackers not able to deal with them as easily as you might often see in another format there. Had to kind of get the utility lineup, had to establish the lower tower positioning to be able to finally do that. So moves like that, as we can see, are clearly going to waste more time than they usually tend to do inside of the PC Pro circuit, for an example there. And aside from that as well, a lot more trades coming in those final moments, much like, again, we do see inside of our PC Pro circuit, players kind of having to throw themselves at it because things are so utility heavy in the site there. Didn't have nearly enough time for our attackers to kind of clear that out and obviously kind of force them into that big front forward execute in the final like 20 seconds or so of the round.
Yeah, also the operator selection coming out was a little interesting as well. I really like the addition of Nomad, you know, to try and deal with the roam. But the info game, a heck of a lot different than we're used to seeing. Everyone kind of prioritizing face checking over droning. That's okay, especially with the way that we ended up seeing the frags going. A lot of the early pressure really not there for the defense. We saw it a little bit on the roam, but, you know, besides that, it really just seemed like Sod took control of that entire lower floor as Finka. And he really didn't need help in doing it either, you know, just double back into lobby and ended up getting that second frag there at the bottom of Arbory Stairs. And past that, I mean, it was a pretty straightforward play for them. But, you know, for the defense, it just seemed to come together with the way that they ended up having that forward, you know, offense, if you want to call it that, or that forward aggression on their defensive end towards the entry points of the actual site. There wasn't much hard destruction done or anything like that, so they had to go through the traditional, you know, ways of getting in, and it just made it very, very easy for these defensive members in order to abuse that, especially the Ela on White Stairs that we ended up seeing that trade from. If that goes awry and Ela just ends up going down, well, you might be speaking of a completely different round.
Due to the time wasted by 2023 as well, that kind of led us into the other issue I was talking about with the double wall going into kids there. There was a heck of a lot of utility deployed onto that one by 2023. We had the two Aruni gates blocking it off as well as the electric claw. Because of the time that was already wasted over at the T3 hold earlier on in that round, we saw them struggle to try and find the electric claw. That was that Finka player, once again, Assad, I believe, downstairs trying to take care of that. Couldn't actually find that out, so the ace was unable to open that, and that forced them all through that connector, the small doorway there, to work their way in, because they didn't have an, again, going back to the time waste maneuver that happened at the beginning of the round, they didn't have an appropriate amount of time to try and rotate someone around to the attic wall, for instance, and open things up through there, or maybe even put some pressure in from big window, just kind of force them into it. But still, even despite that, our friends from Wanted still bringing a very, very close fight to the end of that round. So I think hopefully we're going to see them rebound very, very quickly once we get back into this here and they get their chance to assault on different sites. Is obviously, again, for the people that might be watching that are going to be newer to Siege, that'll be the only time we play that site inside of this half. That'll now be locked away for the next two rounds here, meaning it cannot be repeated at any point by 2023. They're going to have to play either into the basement, which is more than likely going to be where they'll go for this next round, or to one of the two first floor sites.
Yeah, Oregon definitely being one of those maps that has two very, very strong sites with a million different ways in order to set those up. I mean, we've seen a lot of stuff, especially recently on the upstairs. But, when it gets down to the wire, there isn't really that fun of sites remaining. Arguably, I believe that kitchen meeting is the better option of the two kitchen sites that are there, but you also have kitchen cafeteria that you can go to, which suffers simply because of the positioning of small tower on this map in conjunction with how cafeteria works. There's no real abusable angles for the defense to use. It's really all given to the offensive side right off rip. We see some very interesting ways in order to counter that, so we'll talk about that if we get there. But more than likely, we'll be seeing that kitchen meeting site if we see a successful defense of the bottom floor. And that's just where things can really get changed up for the offense as well. You have to constantly be game planning as to what site you're going to be going into and really be playing into that information game so that you can apply what you've brought to the table correctly.
It really just comes down to a choice for that tertiary site. This is of whether you want to deal with more horizontal or vertical pressure. Ultimately, a cafeteria you have to contend still with the horizontal pressure as you were talking about coming in from the small tower, but you also have all the players that are going to be trying to work their way back in from up on top as well, such as like the sledge pressure that can come in there if you give up kids control. You do have to deal with that a little bit if you work your way over inside of cafeterias, such as pressure from the attic if you lose control there. But for the most part, we generally don't see attacking teams try to leverage that position as much. It can be very awkward and very time-consuming to try and take control of that part of the map. So normally teams are going to keep things on a purely horizontal basis, kind of approaching that one from the backstage door, probably with a little bit of pressure coming in from kitchen if they can leverage it, or even the front side too, depending on the way that a team wants to handle it, of course.
Yeah, we can see a lot of different things come out here, especially with that initial round that we already saw and how we saw that aggression come out quite early. We could see more of a, properly synced play from one side of the map, just to actually get some information basis off rip to see where these people are and try and abuse that just because of their positioning right now. I don't think that either team was really expecting these plays to be happening. I mean, even Aruni, once she got upstairs, I believe that she just was strictly about wasting time. That's really what it was. Even when they saw, the player trying to motion up the actual stairwell of Big Tower, there wasn't really any consideration for actual gunplay there. They just wanted to try and waste that time further, but a very strong frag grenade from Sod ended up bringing it home in that situation. Either way, we have delayed long enough, John. We have survived our test, and it's time for them to survive theirs. It's laundry supply for the next defense.
Yeah, let's get into it here as they are going to go to the site we expected them to as they work their way downstairs after a successful hold on the second floor. So that's 2023 once again currently on the defensive side. It's looking to lock that one in. And their opponent's team wanted are going to be on the other end of things for the attack. This will be their second attempt now to make things work on this attacking side. So far have not been able to do that as they did bring it down to a 1v1, but unfortunately fell victim to a pre-fire in that 1v1 during the final seconds of the round. So it ended up going the way of 2023 instead. Will it be the same thing for our basement hold, or will we see more success for the attackers? Well, one thing's for sure, we're going to certainly see more hard breach presence here between Madara as well as Shinji, bringing those two operators to the table. And even on top of that too, the Twitch getting brought in here by Gokuzen to add that little bit of extra utility and more importantly capability to deal with things like possibly the electric claws and maybe those ADSs that we saw our attackers kind of struggling with on the last round there, and ultimately led to them not having probably as much access to the site as they would have liked as we came down to the wire.
This is going to be a very hard-fought round for Team Wanted, just off of the operator list. Really just because of the utility that they've brought to the table. They really don't have a way to deal with Kaid, and, his potency inside of this matchup went through the roof with that Thatcher band coming in because of how the electric claws work. Their proximity base is tossed, so if anything's inside of the circle, it will electrify it as long as it's a reinforcement, so like a hatch and things along those lines, but we don't have Orange Team really abusing anything in order to get around these. We do have the Maverick that we could see come out from Shinji, but past that, we really don't have anybody that is strong in dealing with hatches, let's just say. Ace is somebody that has 3 Selma charges. Those are his primary utilities, and those actually are very strong pieces of hard breach, but not against hatches. You actually have to use 2 out of his 3 Selma charges in order to get a singular hatch. So it's going to be a lot of work here for Shinji. And we were talking about previously how I wanted to personally see a little bit of Mav work here on on, you know, any of these maps for reinforcements and just hatches in general, because it's quite a skill on PC. So to see someone do that with an analog stick is going to definitely be interesting. So it's going to be a heavy lean onto Shinji here to be trying to get past these electro claws of K's and see if they can get any map control because of it. Most importantly, because of how important these reinforced hatches are.
Well, we've got Orange already putting a lot of pressure onto the big tower right now, and you could see that T2 has been taken. They're looking to throw the Twitch drone down here to deal with as much of the presence as possible. QB trying to deal with at least one of those Twitch drones, but failing as it works its way back up the staircase here. And Shinji, of course, waiting for the opportunity of an overstep with that M590 for him to be able to bank this nade down and hopefully get the opening kill. QB's going to be a little bit too quick on thinking about that, though, as he backs away and gets to a safer position over by Harry Potter. But in the meantime, we've got more members of Wanted that are going to take up position just outside of construction and begin to put the pressure on this site.
This is very, very risky play, but QB goes far with the M590 and gets away. The shot's not being landed from his teammate. Gokuzen trying to make a push as well. QB still low HP, but really nothing to be done for a refrag inside of this situation. And Gokuzen, he's in between a rock and a hard place right now, but finally the offense fights back in some semblance of the turn. It'll be Madara to at least equalize this situation. Now Gokuzen's working in behind QB. QB should be dead in this situation, but he makes it away once again. Can the M590 pull it off? It cannot. The stun grenade will go out, but luckily enough for the offenders, it won't blind them, but doesn't really get too much done against the blue side either way. Dave's going to go down inside of Elbow, and now this has been blown wide open by the orange squad. Blue just simply leaking across this entire map right now. Some solid shots from Kays, though, will try and equalize, but still a long road ahead of them going into this last minute.
Yeah, Wanted there with every way to set up against these members of the defense here, except for, again, these two remaining players are finally finding success from their own setups. Only one, though, for Mystery Massacre. He ends up going down fairly quickly, and that leaves Kays all by themselves in a 1 versus 2 situation here. Kays going down onto the ground as well. Kays going to try to work towards the flank, but he hears the rotate coming through the main hall, but is not going to be ready for the peak as Sigid swings out for it. That's success for our attackers. That's success for Wanted as they reclaim an advantage now at 1-1 here, and will look to take the lead on round number 3.
Fantastic answer to what blue team had the very first round. 2023 with a successful defense of the top floor. The basement, though, not working out in the same way. Still tried to play very aggressive to the stairwells as well as just the entry points of that basement, but it kind of made them tattered in a way, John. They got the initial pick with the shoddy, but the way that they had the map held initially made it very easy for Orange Team or Wanted to just slink on in, especially on the construction side, and really get some solid control. I don't believe 2023 saw that either, and they started getting punished around that pillar position. They give it up, and then we see the immediate take of that space, and that's when everything goes wrong for 2023, especially QB. He was in such a strong position there with so much to play for, but his team has abandoned him on tower stairs, and without the knowledge of what's going on in that space behind him, he just simply walks back into a Twitch, and that's a free kill for Gokuzen. So now we've reached this 1-1 situation. Blue team having to fight back as they'll head back down towards the basement, because remember, we cannot go back upstairs.
Yeah, the almost split nature of the push from our Orange team here from Team Wanted sort of allowed for them to have a bit of an advantage in this execute here, just because our defenders over on 2023 didn't necessarily know about the timings of when they would have needed assistance. As you were mentioning, the one player, QB, over towards the blue pillar in the back blue stairs. They're trying to maintain their spot on top of some of our final players that ended up being alive there in the last couple seconds, such as Kays as well as Mystery, who are once again trying to maintain positions behind like deployable shields and whatnot, or just these kind of pre-fired angles inside of the freezer. They weren't really available to support their teammates, and as a result of that, lost a lot of numbers early on, and unfortunately weren't able to kind of maintain when it came down to the wire for that final player. Orange team, though, on Team Wanted, very, very much ready to take on all challengers inside of that department there. And specifically for guys like Gokuzen and Madara, it allowed for them to take very swift control of the basement and took away all that real estate for 2023 fairly quickly also. Speaking of real estate being stolen, we've once again got our Orange team. We've got Team Wanted trying to very quickly push down those back stairs in very similar fashion to what we saw back in the previous round. Let's see if the repeat's going to work out just as well for these guys, as they are already halfway down this staircase.
Got some utility usage gone awry here for Team Wanted. Multiple frag grenades coming in onto QB1, only landing successfully into Harry Potter, dealing some pretty good damage, honestly. About 75 HP gone from him, down under half now at this moment. Orange team trying to work their way in, but they have to deal with the current Freezer Hall position as well as a repositioned QB. Ended up abandoning Harry Potter and ended up moving in towards Pillar. So could actually have something working into his favor inside of this space. And speaking of which, looks like Mystery will also working his way into meeting. Orange team going to end up delaying as of right now. Really don't know what the next move is. You can see the Adrenal Surge come in as well. This is going to act as an overheal as well as just a regular heal that you get to keep inside of your own health parameters.
What?
But speaking of keeping health, QB's going to go for a wide swing with the SMG-11. It won't work out, and now we need some major plays on this flank. Kays, he has too many people coming in onto him. Actually has to back off of Freezer Hall here. Dave trying to hold on to Elbow, but they need to make a stand at some point. Mystery Massacre. Mystery Massacre rather, is working his way down Freezer, but here's the issue. The big tower stairs rotate only gets 2, and it's all going to be too late. Definitely needed to assist a little bit earlier on here, but how far can he get after these first kills? Still working the tower stairs, knows one's close after the pre-fire, but the plan will go off. He's only got 45 seconds now to play it past the marker.
Mystery trying to work his way down, but it's not going to work out. Too advanced of a read coming in from Wanted as they used literally every single drone they had in that round. They were at 0-0 on the counter on the top right by the time they worked themselves into the basement, but seems that was needed, specifically the last one, giving them the key amount of intel they needed to assault the site to make that transition down to the basement and take full control for themselves. So beautiful work as they're going to be pushing ahead here now at 2-1.
Very creative way of doing this here. You know, we have QB constantly on this very forward press on the defense, and really for 2023 they just really don't know what to do with it. That's the biggest thing right now, or rather vice versa. Wanted not really knowing what to do in this situation. It's making their life very, very difficult, you know what I mean? So as of right now, I would really like to see if we could possibly just get some more utility usage around that space in counter utility. That's the hardest thing right now for them. Granted, we did see some utility gave up from the mute in that original space, but you know, as of right now, it's actually not going to be that big of a deal because we're actually switching sides, John.
Yep.
We're not exactly accustomed to this. Ranked rules. It's been a little while. You and I are used to a 7-round per side, or rather 6-round per side rule set, 7 in order to win, but this one being 3 per side. So that's actually going to be the 2 successful defenses coming out of Wanted. Doesn't really matter as to what they adjust now because it doesn't matter until we get to overtime and what they have per side there.
This does also mean, once again, that our orange team Wanted is already halfway to victory here. Just 2 more rounds under their belt, 2 out of the remaining 3 here, and they are going to be able to take control. We do have overtime enabled for this as well, so in the event our teams will tie up at 3-3, we will go to an additional 3 rounds here where the teams will switch every single round to decide our winner, for whoever wins 2 out of 3 of those rounds. You can see a default cam, I believe, left alive outside there. Will give an initial spawn ping over to the members of Wanted, but not going to see anyone act on that immediately here. Just some info to build off of in the following moments. Is also going to see this team start things off upstairs rather than in the basement, and probably pretty soon going to have to see Sod potentially contend with the Repel working itself into that master bedroom right now.
You can already see some of the aggressive play coming out from Wanted's defensive setup as well. We had Sod in a very forward position with Sigid currently playing the armory stairs. I believe the lower end though, so we saw him playing that lobby space. Should be droned out here from Massacre, but obviously could end up being countered out by Mozzie's utility. He does actually steal drones with these little pests. They look like spiders and end up hopping on, but he'll destroy it instead. Doesn't get to hijack that and use it for his own good. Instead, continuing to play around this space. And some pretty creative utility usage upstairs as well. This is what we were talking about with Maverick tricking coming in. One of the multiple ways that you can actually use that torch is making those circles so you can actually crouch walk through. So ended up getting that done for the attic space. And EJ Dave, more than likely going to be making a push there at some moment in time. But a lot of different action going on around the map, which you guys can see through these silhouettes. The red ones being the defense, blue ones being the offense. No one really positioned in towards the site just yet, but Butters very far ahead of himself as QB's actually got a nice angle here. They've used the Ace utility, those Selma charges, to break up the top ends of the wall. As Madara is actually going to end up getting Case down low. Oh, Sigid almost with a beautiful shot there, but just goes wide of Massacre. So try to move his way in through Z.
Mystery Massacre going to continue to try and clear things out here on the first floor halls, as for the most part, Orange team is going to back away from those engagements here. Sod a little different, though, as he takes all challengers up inside of the breach that's made for the closet upstairs. Sod actually might get caught in transition here as he's getting swung on right now. No, it's going to be Sod that ends up winning that fight. It's surprisingly against the push from Butters. Had to 180 to come out on top of that one, but he doesn't as Gokuzen finishes off DJ Dave Penta back inside of meeting room from upstairs, leaving only Mystery Massacre alive, who's been desperately trying to help out his teammates throughout the course of this round, but just has not been able to lock anyone down from Wanted. It's now 1v4, and it's looking like in a moment here, Wanted are about to push up on map point if nothing else stops this roster from shutting down Mystery. Oh, Mystery, though, has got a few shots of his own. A nice read. Catches Shinji on the flank. Tries to pre-knife the wall as well here as he rotates around. And ends up getting Sod. So he's not out of this one just yet. He's brought it down to a 1v2 now with another beautifully placed headshot. And he's got a quad, but Gokuzen on the over-reliable M590. He shuts it down instead. And Wanted are going to push up on map point.
Some beautiful shots with the R4C, but the M590 just too tough up against that one armor class of Ashe, and will end up taking her down. Beautiful counter to what was looking and building to be an amazing clutch ace coming out from the offense, but all for naught here. It's 2023, just simply can't get it done. But most specifically, Massacre. After a beautiful round, though, looks like the defense set up for victory as they've won their top floor defense as well, and Team Wanted will head to the basement to try and have a successful defense around these basement positions. Some very interesting utility usage coming out here as well, and some interesting utility in general, especially with Thunderbird now in play. So could see that around some more of these forward positions to try and assist in those aggressive play styles.
We saw how the Thunderbird worked out quite well here for Wanted back on the first round. It's used very similarly to the way we see it used inside of the usual PC divisions, where once again it kind of boosts the capability for players to run out, get more aggressive inside of these situations, and as a result of that, allowed for quite a few gunfights to end up going the way of Wanted on the initial outset. And even throughout the middle of that round, it came down ultimately that last player alive over on 2023. Mystery Massacre trying to pull off the clutch, and to be fair, nearly did it. 3 very well-placed headshots and 180 read as well, but unfortunately fell short to that last player alive there. So cut it just short of the ace, the 1v5 that it nearly would have been as well. Very unfortunate for Mystery Massacre, but fortunate indeed for our friends on Wanted, who now sit only 1 round away from closing out the first map of the series and get ready to send us to bank for our second.
We'll see if 2023 can defend this off. They're obviously wanting their bide for those brand new PlayStation 5s fresh out of the box. See what they can get done here now. So we'll be starting on the west-hand side. A drone from QB following in this Massacre. We'll be starting us off, but it's actually Shinji with the initial pick. I believe Ian Tall up there inside of Big Tower. He'll take down the initial pick here onto Kays with those air jabs going down, making the roam game a little bit more free for the defense. Be just a touch more straightforward, although Jackal can still try and play.
Mystery Massacre going to quickly try to clear things out up here inside of the second floor. Not much to be found in this department, to be fair. For the most part, our orange team Wanted is going to be keeping themselves close to the chest here, close to the site, as we very often see this basement site get played out as. We might have one player out and about, but no, not looking like it here as DJ Dave Penta begins the clear down towards the wall opening, leading into Laundry, and is going to drone that out as well, as a few other players are going to try to work their way forward here. A few pre-pings as well, as our blue team very quickly getting primed and ready to assault the base, but probably will be some time before they feel the confidence necessary to go for it. DJ Dave Penta actually trying to see if he can get an ace nade lined up here for himself. He's certainly trying to prime it. Even has the Jackal pings to help him out a bit here, but it's going to take some time, and just ends up chucking him in there, as unfortunately the magnets are going to block it off, so he does need to deal with those.
Well, now for Mystery Massacre, moving up inside of Freezer. It's a solid angle here, but his team really not able to assist as of right now. He smokes holding them back, but Madara with some very considerable damage. He's been downed inside of Freezer. Somebody will have to pick him up. It'll be Shinji now. He moves forward inside of the hallway. Massacre now having some new sight lines, new window of opportunity open for him, but Sigid still standing strong here next to the actual bomb chassis. Madara with some nice shots, so luckily enough they picked him back up. Butters now with considerable damage as well, down to 1 HP, but Shinji's been washed up. Massacre finally taken down as he misreads the positioning, and QB, the last one alive. Madara will fight back in orange team, or Team Wanted will take the victory.
So Team Wanted are going to come out on top of this one. A little bit of a bumpy start on that initial attacking round, or rather initial defensive round, but they very, very quickly mop it up for themselves as they take full control and are going to be able to take this one 4-1, I believe, is the final scoreline. And with that said, they are going to take the lead so far in this series, 1-0. Still more to go, though, folks, as these are best of threes, of course. We still have Bank, potentially one other map after that to be played out as well, if we can see the 2023 roster rebound in that second map and send us, of course, to our third and final one.
Yes, absolutely. Some fantastic play and almost ace clutch as well coming out for 2023, but all for naught inside of our first map as we'll be headed to Bank for the second one. A little bit of a change up in play style. Definitely going to be testing the limits of this utility usage, but we'll have to see what both of these teams have to offer.
Absolutely the case there. Either way, great plays coming out, especially once again from Mystery Massacre. They're trying to bring the ace clutch in, but falling just short to that final player left alive. The intel reads coming out from Wanted here, I think, is the big part of how they were able to win, especially on their attacking side. Really, really using every drone they possibly could here to be able to get every piece of intel they needed before potentially working their way into the site, and that allowed for them to have very, very clean executes throughout most of their attacking side. They're able to work their way in with minimal trades going against their favor, and those that did, again, had good coverage on their teammates. This is where things, as we get into the replays for a second, started off a little bit bumpy for them, though, as we saw Butters wasting a huge amount of the time bank in the first round, and this ultimately allowed for their opponents here for 2023 to pick up the initial round. Unfortunately, this would be the only round they would find in the game, as once again, the rebound came in quite swiftly after this one.
Along with that, we just saw so many aggressive plays coming out from both ends, specifically on defense, and very solid positioning as well, but some of the team play ended up making some holes for both of these teams to abuse on both sides. But as we were talking about previously, the defense just standing way too tall, not very many successful offensive rounds coming through as the defenses continue to run away with things. I believe actually Mystery's almost ace clutch here was really the only considerable offense that we saw try and bowl over the defensive opposition.
Yeah, once again, there you can see him falling just short inside of that clutch scenario. But once again, the defensive prowess coming through despite not the greatest start to the execute there, as our members of the Orange team, our members of Team Wanted, were more than ready for the challenge that was working their way against them in the base. And we can see the stats being brought up as well. Quite the lead there for Mystery Massacre. Unfortunately, the only player that really shot ahead in the stats department for his team, though, at 8-4. Everybody else either 1-4 or 0-4, with the stats being a little bit more evenly spread out on the other side for Wanted, as their top player, Madara, sat at 6-1. Goku's in close behind at 5-2. Saad also bringing some great contributions to the table, though, at 4-2, with Washed Shinji as well as Sigid helping out there as well at the bottom of the board.
Yeah, it really seemed as though Wanted's band of the Shielders really assisted them in this play, you know, with Mystery popping off in the way that they did. And also, just to remind you, 4 of those kills coming inside of one round, you know, those shields really could have assisted in playing around his aggressive play style and seeing if they could be more successful in trying to get some pressure onto these defensive, you know, standpoints. So very difficult game for them, but hopefully they can bounce back on Bank.
Well, that has left Team Wanted in a very, very powerful position. Their opponents, 2023, are going to have to hope that we don't see Wanted go directly for the Shield Operator bans again, considering we are going into Bank, and that's a map we've definitely seen quite a bit of Montaigne play on historically inside of Siege. I would imagine, once again, you can find quite a bit of use out of the other operators, such as Clash as well, so probably pretty likely that those are going to stick into the pool, meaning that 2023 is going to have to come up with a new game plan in order to find success inside of our second map, assuming that that is going to be the case. If not, obviously wait and see once again if that advantage is going to be gifted to them. But hey, you're not going to have to wait very long, folks. It is time to go into that second map. Time to find out if Wanted will make the straight 2-0 sweep, or if the start of a reverse sweep is going to be in the cards here for 2023 as they try to bring it back. Band's going to start out pretty much as we expect, though. Thatcher right out of the mix from the beginning.
that are going to be removed. And then let's see what orange team wants to remove out of this one. Lots of different things that you can try and abuse here in Bank, and actually Jackal going to be one of them. And this is once again, John, what I was talking about previously with the way that Console Siege is played. It's very aggressive, and Bank is usually a map where we have a lot of roam pressure, just because they don't actually want to give up the control over those hatches. That's used to be what the answer we saw to a lot of hatch play was, is just simply try and get everyone killed before they can even consider hatch play. They have to try and clear things, and it just makes things quite difficult in trying to coordinate. So that's why we're going to see the Jackal band come out here. Ela, more specifically, not only because she is just so very strong when it comes to console play in general, but also because of how she plays on Bank. There's some very specific places around the map where she is quite abusable in her kits, most specifically inside of the blue stairwell, so we won't have to deal with her.
We're going to go right to that site as well, where she would have found the most usefulness if she was allowed in place. Someone else potentially going to have to do that. And we do have other operators that can kind of fill the same role that she does inside of that blue stairs hold. Warden is one of those operators that ends up coming to mind, but we'll see if any of those are going to get picked up. So we do get an interesting pick of the Kapkan coming out there from QB. Kapkan still, I would imagine, can find quite a bit of pickups here on console, just due to the fact that players can't spin around and check the doorways as easily as they might be able to do with the mouse and keyboard. And as a result of that, you're going to have a lot of opportunities where players end up running through those EDDs without really having the chance to check them. So should be interesting to see how QB is able to make those traps work for his team as we get into the first round of this map.
Well, as we wait to load into Bank, awesome, perfectly timed. See, guys, we're just in sync today. This is how things should be working. So, 2023 on defense, Team France wanted up on offense. So we're starting things off. Some considerable bands to bring in here, as we'd already previously talked about. That mirror band coming in as well on the tail end. So should make for a pretty interesting set of defenses along the lines here for Team Blue. So 2023 going to be bringing some interesting characters into play. The one to consider the most would most definitely be Kapkan. Now, one that we see very often. Honestly, I cannot consider the last moment that I actually saw Kapkan played inside of a competitive matchup. So it's going to be a little bit for me, but some other things going on around the map. And obviously, Kapkan just being a trap operator, just to remind you, those of you who don't exactly know. So he'll more than likely be on the roam and just trying to play around his EDDs and see if he can get any damage off on some of these players. Whereas it seems as though Thunderbird really wants to try and set up those stations around Gold Vault, just make more of a main healing station for the entire team to operate out of deep inside of that space. But already some picks going off early on. And once again, we were talking about that roam game. You always have to consider it when walking into the map, especially on this top floor. And it seems like Wanted will most definitely look into this and find QB.
Yeah, Wanted so far showing us to be the team with really the greatest amount of foresight out of these two, more than anything. Their capability to kind of read into the more advanced plays we might be seeing out of 2023, on top of their capability to handle them with proper drone usage, has been the hallmark of what's allowed for Wanted to take the advantage so far in this series, and certainly is what will allow them to ultimately win this one if they can go the full distance. Saad knows he's got the player hard locked inside of blue stairs as well. DJ Dave seems to be somewhat aware of Saad's position above him, but he's also got to contend with that push from Electrical. Sigid, though, is going to end up, I believe that's an EDD he walks into, or something similar of the kind, as he'll be brought down as a result of that. Not going to be fully knocked out, though. No one available to try to get aggressive to fully kill Sigid, so he'll just have to deal with the consequences of being a bit lower here throughout the rest of the round, and can still get a bit of a health boost, thankfully, because Finka has been brought, so Saad's going to bring that HP up to a more respectable level now. We continue to see these teams push themselves forward. Dave will hold the top blue position now that he's lost the extended shield. Not the end of the world losing that shield. It is kind of the nature of the beast when it comes to this hold, but will have to give up the position eventually. That's not going to be, however, before Butters is able to sneak off a kill back from over at the main stairs. Mystery Massacre and DJ Dave get knocked out following that single pickup from our defenders, however. So it leaves Butters, the only successful fragger so far in this round, on top of Kays, alive to clutch this one out. 2v4. Time is starting to somewhat be on their side here as we've come down to the final 30 seconds of the round now. Our orange team still needing to make the transition into the basement to take on either Butters or Kays, hopefully both of them, but that part is not going to be that difficult now that they have brought it down to such a considerable man advantage here for our attackers. And Butters just trying to get the pre-fire going here, but Kays, he's going to need help sooner rather than later. He's been brought down incredibly low. Thankfully, those Kona stations are still alive and well out on the map here. But here's the problem. Kays and Butters pushed so far back, they cannot contest against the plant here. So it's going to go down onto the ground. One of our defenders will be knocked out, and a few seconds later, Shinji will get the final kill to take out the last one as well. So it's a initial pickup here going the way of Wanted yet again as their streak continues. That's 5 rounds in a row for them, carrying over from the previous map.
It's a flash in the pan for 2023 as they only get 1 pick inside of that. A very successful offensive round for Wanted as they simply waltz over 2023 on their very aggressive front, trying to get things out early, but it's only really going to work if you actually are able to secure those frags. But that was definitely not the case for 2023. Not able to get back to site either and play things out towards the timer side of things, and just simply did not work out in their favor. They're going to adjust away from the basement and take things to the top floor to see if they can possibly have any success inside of this department. Wanted won't have to change things up too much as the kits that they were bringing before are going to work out handedly in this situation, although they might be suffering from a little bit of utility inside of this space simply because of Kays and Butters bringing 2 electrifiers, we'll just call them, to the table in the sense of those electro claws out of Kaid as well as Bandit with his Bandit batteries.
Yeah, especially with Maverick still being brought to the table here on Shinji, it's going to be, for the most part, fairly easy to work their way past the electrocution of these walls and open it up either with the Maverick hole itself or obviously use one of Madara's Selma charges to get that job done. And this is on top of, don't even consider the fact that we've got, once again, a Habana in play as well. So the X-Kairos, another option for trying to knock these ones out. Plenty of hard breach brought for the Wanted roster here, so 2023's attempt to mitigate that may be for naught. I'll have to wait and see how that's going to go. We're already through the prep phase into the play phase now. We need to see all those mute jammers get thrown out by Kyubi, but he's going to throw those down. Seems to be just peppering them throughout the site to deny drone intel more than anything, and that's a good thing as well. Already talked about it at the beginning of the last round, how Wanted has been leaning quite heavily in their drone intel to make their earlier takes that much more successful, and with the, obviously, mute jammers blocking off access to quite a bit of the site, that'll make that job a little bit harder here, as we see Kyubi try to throw out the first bit of aggression here for 2023, trying to catch the repelled players on our orange side, but so far no success in that department.
Oh, Wanted already making some considerable process here in the top 4 as they've worked their way into square here, at least for Saad's sake, but no one else really in tow to assist him inside of this space. Instead, the rest of Wanted really looking over towards Ticket as well as a couple other places that they could possibly try and assist in working this map. But here's the issue. Butter's still down low, and not only that, he has a nitro cell to be able to try and break up this space. Frag grenade out will end up getting the mute jammer, so that'll be open for business, at least for some hard breach utility to come in. Not really anything else past that, unless another frag grenade wants to be banked over later on. But as of right now, not too much going on around the map. Some fights back and forth, and finally our first pick is Shinji. We'll find Mystery down low. Some solid damage dealt to him, but just not enough onto Shinji. Currently 4-0 as he's taking control of this offensive side.
Now, to be fair to our defenders here, a lot of time wasted in terms of trying to line up that first kill, but at the same time, already taking out Mystery Massacre, who absolutely shredded the stats for this defending team in the previous one. Oh, no, that's so unfortunate for Butters there. Had a free pick against one of the members of Wanted, and unfortunately has completely lost that opportunity. I don't even know if the Wanted member caught it or not, or just tried to run to the relative safety around the corner, but either way, it's not going to be safe as DJ Dave Penta gets the next pickup here around said corner, taking out Madara and evening out the numbers to a 4v4 with less than a minute remaining for the attack to make up for that, with the case now down on the ground as well. This is going to be tough for Wanted to make work now because Dave Penta Penta has the setup that he needs to close this one out. He's going to push forward. Sigid will finally be able to get a trade, and that keeps the numbers even with 30 seconds left. It's certainly possible for Team Wanted to make this happen, but K still has another cutoff over here from the elevator. Banks is going to be able to take down Sigid. Sod will be caught trying to repel himself back in, and now only Wash left alive in a 1v3 to try and clutch this one.
Well, Wash with 4 kills. He could get some more and at least get an additional one. A push in from Checkers, but as he's seen it, working to the outside here, it's going to be back and forth on the angle. Some protective play here from the Kaid. He'll find one, but definitely won't find the last. A triple kill here from Shinji, and will more than likely be considering a different player, or different operator rather, or to bring in and try and get some more aggressive play out of this. They're not getting any traction out of this Maverick right now. Haven't seen any torch lines on any of these walls. A lot of fragging power coming out of Shinji, but the utility usage just leaving Wanted in hot water as of right now, having to constantly rotate in through different means, not really having another access through any of these walls and applying pressure to the defense. That's the biggest thing. Just constant picks coming out from 2023 as Wanted tries to funnel in through a lot of these hot spots.
A lot of time being wasted in the early round here trying to hunt down 1 to 2 players yet again there for Wanted specifically, so not really a whole lot of time to try and build up towards using that utility. And even when they finally have the opportunity to, those little aggressive swings specifically from the inside of Janitor that we were getting coming out there from, I believe that was DJ Dave Penta, was too much of an issue for the Wanted roster. And as a result of that, lost the Maverick before they ever really had a chance to use it, as Stokes was mentioning there. So we'll see if they can make up for that, as that is going to lock down the first site on this map here for 2023. They will fall back to the predictable initial site that they went towards here back in the basement to see if they can rerun this one to have better success this time. Wanted will be a little bit happy about this one. They have already cleared this site out once, and will still have the opportunity to lead at 2-1 for halftime if they can do it again.
It's anybody's game right now, and this is what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about the format of this and how things will go. This is actually our last round with these teams on their respective sides, and I know, guys, 1 score each, but these rounds are very long, and every kill is something that can be the success or downfall of your team. So we'll have to see exactly what they can get done for these last rounds respectively per side here. Wanted will be coming out with the same operator lineup as we had seen previously, 2023 following suit as well, all except for, I believe, QB, who will have the Valkyrie this time. See if they can get anything done with these black eye cams around the map, especially with Butters on the roam. They're definitely going to have to be looking into this info game and making sure that he can be successful in staying alive. That's the biggest thing here. If he gets a pick, I mean, that's all well and good, but you really want him to dwindle down this timer as far as he possibly can. If he gets in anywhere past 1 minute and 30 seconds, unlikely a successful roam for the defense, as he'll be crouched in behind. What
perfect
just happened here? That was a whirlwind of different things. Mystery just simply trying to walk up marble stairs for some ungodly reason is, oh, Butters, there's no way. Sigid will check it, thankfully, and they'll get a successful drone upstairs. Is, I believe, Sod, yes, he will. He'll simply kill Butters down low, as I believe the defender was on a drone of his own.
Yeah, pretty sure it looked like he had the phone out there, so not even going to be able to notice the yellow ping thrown against him. Shinji still kind of roaming around downstairs to see if there's going to be any stragglers trying to cause trouble inside of the late round, but it's not looking like we've got anything left for the 2023 roster with that consideration given. So Wanted have that ultimate setup they need to try and close this out again. It's just a matter of pulling the trigger on the execution itself and closing out the round here. Kyubi stuck at the bottom of marble, trying to put some aggression against this take. And aside from that, K's in a very similar position just across the hall there. All the pressure is focused on fending off the main stairs play. One hatch is opened up, and suddenly you're going to have a whole big diversion set up by the Wanted roster, which is going to split this up. Thankfully, an ADS down there, so that nade's going to get gobbled up real quickly. Second one, I imagine, will be covered as well, but no, that one is going to bleed through. We'll just deal with a little bit of utility if there was any positioned out below the blue hatch there, but ultimately will not lead to a whole lot of damage. Wanted really taking their time with this, and they have no reason not to. It's down to a minute left here. We've already seen from Mystery Massacre how close this situation can devolve from a 1vx down to nearly a 1v1, so these players are still going to be very cautious with how they approach the site, just to make sure nothing goes awry here with trying to execute K's and QB and ultimately get their second round on the board, reach the halfway point. And here we go. It's leading to a very clean execute when everything is said and done, as they in fact get a flawless round on the board. board to take the lead at halftime yet again.
The pacing of Wanted on this, and you can see why the roam game for Bank is so difficult to pull off. A lot of competitive teams that you and I actually cast, Blue, usually end up trying to keep some hatches open in order to transition back towards site, but that site plays so heavily into that as well. It's just very, very difficult for, you know, anyone to really get anything done, especially when you're, you know, granted such quick access upstairs and also gifted a frag when it comes to what we saw on Marble Staircase as well. So just starting off strong and ending flawless for the offensive side of Wanted.
Well, for 2023, they're about to jump onto the offensive side here in just a moment. You guys probably caught it in game. We did have the full team jump out, so we are going to do another rehost. Just give us a few moments once again to facilitate that, and then when we head back into game, we'll be resuming exactly where we left off here. 2023 once again falling behind, this time only by that one round, however, at halftime yet again, so still very easy chance for them to bounce back. However, with that said, it seems like once more Team Wanted really is coming into their own, is really starting to take control, and better yet, they're about to jump onto the defensive side where they will, to some extent, be able to dictate the pace of this game from this point forward here. Does not seem like 2023 has kind of had that under their belt so far from the attacking rounds that we have gotten from them. So they need to bring a strong performance and a strong stance to the table to really keep Team Wanted kind of locked in a cage closer to their site if 2023 wants to have any success going into the second half, in my opinion.
I mean, you know, it seems like they're trying to fight back, but I feel like it's more or less they're trying to keep them at bay. I mean, Wanted are constantly on top of this team and what they're trying to, you know, actually achieve. We even saw that on Oregon, you know, with Mystery being the only one that had any positive frags going out of that map. So it's very difficult, especially right now with him being completely shut down and the other players not really able to pick up the slack. I mean, when you have one player that comes out of a map at 8-4 and currently is sitting at 0-3, that's not really something that's going to be positive for your team. And, you know, trying to assist with that win condition. So unfortunate right now for 2023, but given this a little bit of a timeout-esque situation, hopefully they can come back with even heads and give us something great here on their offensive side.
Much like we saw on map number 1 there, the big reason why we're seeing Wanted be so successful is their ability to follow up on intel more than anything else, specifically on the attack. We saw that there in the second round. Their drones doing most of the work for them as they're catching multiple players, completely unaware to the fact that they've been spotted out by drones. And that's allowing for them to get, you know, nade kills over on the Marble Stairs a few seconds later as well, due to catching a player on the drone. A very easy, you know, 1-2 shot through the breachable desk there to be able to take the other player out that was holding over by Banana. And then with those two players out on top of the other kills they're able to get through very similar manners over the next few moments there, it's just so much control going by the way of Wanted. And in my opinion, that's only going to compound itself now as they go into the defensive side. They have access to these default cams, which aren't going to be popped as quickly as we're used to seeing in some other, you know, PC formats, on top of the other defender utility that's now going to come out, such as bulletproof cameras, such, you know, you got stuff like Meister, Evil Eyes, and whatnot that could potentially come into the fold here. That's going to be a very, very tough formula now for 2023 to work their way past if they don't have some better way to try and deny that, or better yet, shut down the plays that are being made by Wanted when they finally have the info to feel confident about their own playmaking.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot to consider right now for 2023 and for Wanted. It's been pretty smooth sailing, nothing really getting out of their control. Yes, they've lost a couple of rounds, but it's really been Wanted all day thus far here for the European Championship as they're looking to punch their ticket to the grand finals here on Bank. But obviously 2023 could try and come back in very convincing fashion on this offensive side and take this map. We really just don't know just as of yet, but with the way that Shinji is especially playing, you know, it's going to be a lot when it comes to 2023 and what they can possibly get done. And as you were saying, Bank really plays into the favor of what Wanted has been able to achieve. A lot more cameras to play with on the defensive side. And, you know, if they do play into how the map traditionally works as of right now, then we could see some very grueling rounds ahead of 2023.
So once again, guys, it's all going to come down to just this rehost here. We just wait on our players to get back into the server now, figure out exactly what the issue was. More importantly, make sure that it's not going to repeat itself. And then once we are all set in that department, we're going to be good to continue on with that matchup. Like we said, we are right at halftime So it's all going to come down to how these first couple of rounds go. Wanted is currently in control of things. So if they aren't able to pick up just those 2 additional rounds, they will push themselves out of this semifinal into the grand final and be our first champion. We still, of course, have our other semifinal to be played out as well. That's going to be between Wii Sports and Ule Rat, and that'll be coming up pretty much immediately after this matchup, guys. So don't go anywhere once this one is concluded, as we'll be very, very quickly getting our next set of teams in ready to play, that we can find out who our challenger is going to be heading into the grand final. Of course, we need to see who makes it out of this matchup first. Looking like Wanted is the strong contender for that at the moment, but 2023 are no slouches either. It's still picking up 1 round so far on each map, and now heading over to the attacking side. Some more opportunities surely going to be presented to them very soon to get even more than that.
Yeah, absolutely the case, my friend, is we're just around the corner, folks, from hopping back into Bank. And, considering everything that we've seen so far for 2023, I definitely think there's some ways that they can abuse their play style even further. We've seen some aggressive plays from them, but a lot of it has been solo plays so far. I mean, we could see some team play wrapped around this, John. We could see, some more reinforcements being used off-site and, some possible choke points being built around the map later on if they're able to achieve that. You can do the same thing from the offensive side as well. We could see them, spearheading quite deep into enemy territory and possibly setting some things up with maybe air jabs or possibly even gridlock. You never really know, with these console gamers, they could be bringing anything to the table. Might consider the smokes a little bit more important in that situation, as well as a super shorty for some destruction. I mean, we could really have anything. So a lot of different ways for them to support that play style if they're feeling like that is more of what they wanted to go with.
If I'm remembering the bans correctly, quite a few of the shield operators kind of left in the pool this time as well, so there's more opportunities for players to be able to bring those in. Also, I know we were talking about that in the pregame a little bit. Like I said, a little fuzzy on who exactly was knocked in the ban phase, but pretty sure we didn't have those shield operators be too heavily leaned into it this time, so you've got that as an option too if you're running into problems specifically. This is more of a note for 2023, but if they're going to end up running into issues of Team Wanted trying to get aggressive up the staircases on their basement holds or trying to extend the roam out a little bit from the site, say on like a second floor hold over towards the elevator banks, bringing a Montaigne or another similar shield operator to the table might be an interesting solution to try and deal with that if they're just unable to find themselves to be successful in those more open 1v1 gunfights.
Absolutely. And, when it comes to 2023 and Wanted as well, I mean, both of these teams have really, I think gotten into the spirit of what this tournament is about thus far. We've seen some very aggressive plays coming out from both, challenging each other a lot around the map. And that's something that I hope to see more of once we get back into this, especially with the side switch coming in. I think that there's going to be, a lot of different ways that they can handle these situations because people haven't seen how they play, this side of Bank just yet. So there's just so many different things that they can actually do in order to, get a leg up on their opponents. So should be good fun once we actually end up getting back in here. But once again, folks, just waiting on one of these squads to rejoin so that we can commence Bank yet again.
We have resolved the issue, ladies and gentlemen, so we are just now waiting on the players themselves to join up. That's the only thing holding us back at this point. So as soon as they are in and ready to rock and roll, things will be continuing to be played out here. And we'll see once again if Wanted can kind of continue on the rampage they've been going on here. Definitely a much more even roster when it comes to the frag department as well. Each player contributing just a little bit more to the table than so far what we have been able to see yet in the 2023 roster, but that's important to note here. We're still very early days as far as the series in the tournament is concerned. Could see a big resurgence for this roster as we get back into it. Just a very unfortunate first map. They're relying quite heavily on Mystery Massacre to do all the heavy lifting for them in the rounds they were able to pick up or very nearly pick up. And aside from that, pretty much everything went by the way of Team Wanted. So once again, trying to see if they can do the same thing here on their defensive side and go for that quick cleanup once more. Or if once again, 2023 is going to bring that renewed strength to the table now that they will be jumping onto the attacking side of this map. Maybe that little bit of a reset is exactly what they needed to hopefully recenter themselves and get ready to finally take down Team Wanted and send us over to this third and final map of the series, which once again, if we end up going the distance for it, is going to go towards, I lost my veto. There we go. I think I'm pulling it up now. Yeah, it's going to go to Chalet. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to say Villa. My guess was Villa. Yeah. I was wrong. But I mean, as you said, Chalet, and that's a map that honestly, could be pretty interesting in between these two with the way they've been playing the game so far. But, you know, as you said, right around the corner from this one. And when it comes to both of these squads, 2023 specifically as of right now, I mean, the headspace coming off of this half is going to be an interesting one. This is something always to consider, especially with what just happened to them to close off that half. A flawless round coming through, no one able to really get anything done up against this offensive squad that will be coming through to defense team wanted, at least for that case. So for 2023, they'll at least have a fresh start on the offensive side, but they'll still be staring down the barrel in the sense of this 2-1 lead going into the hands of Wanted, and also having the stronger side here, let's just say, for Bank, all things considered.
Yeah, 2023 just needing to find a way, I think, to play together a little bit more as a unit here to make the pieces come together a little bit more cohesively, as that seems to be the element that is missing compared to what we are seeing out of Team Wanted. We already talked kind of to death about this, but just going to bring it up one more time. The drone play, for instance, being a big part of that one, where we're seeing the full breadth of those being used, all 10 of them in some rounds here, going the distance to allow and, more importantly, support players' pushes throughout the map here, allow for them to take out players such as those ones like hiding behind the desk over by Banana a few rounds back when they had the near flawless round for themselves, on top of just making those callouts to allow for good nade placements to go down there. We're not necessarily seeing as much of that come in from the 2023 roster. But ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we are ready to head back into the game now. Our biggest apologies for the delay in getting things resumed here. But once again, we want to make sure that all players are under a comfortable environment and are not going to have any continuing issues if we were to restart the game too hastily. So with that said, I just got the word that we are good to go. We're just waiting once again to switch back in game here and resume the map off at the beginning of that second half.
And as you said it, round 4 will be underway as we have both of these teams locking in. And once again, you'll have Mystery Massacre and the rest of 2023 switching over to the offensive side, as well as Wanted now on the defensive end. And they'll be headed to the basement to try things off here initially for this half. Looks like a little bit of a change up in what they want to bring, all things considered, especially this Vigil coming in for Shinji.
Vigil going to be an operator that we have yet to see brought in, or at least we haven't seen a whole lot of that brought to the table so far, but is a mainstay when it comes to the roaming capabilities of our operators in Siege. Specifically, Shinji's going to be able to dodge those drones with the jamming backpack he brings to the table. Aside from that, though, it is looking fairly standard for what we already saw in the previous map there. Most notably, once again, it's going to be Madara bringing the Womai to mitigate some of that utility. Sod bringing the Thunderbird into the fold here as well should be very interesting to see, just because the fact that, again, kind of boosts up the capability for our players to get a little bit more aggressive here for Wanted, which is exactly what they want. They want to be able to shut these guys down before they even are able to inch close to the site, so we'll give them that capability as once again, those Kona stations are going to go down onto the ground. Away from that, just waiting once again to load ourselves into the round here, folks. I think we're getting towards now, so let's get into it. Here we go. Once more, we have got 2023 on the attack. And more importantly, we've got Wanted on the defense here, as they're going to try and shut this one down swiftly with 2 rounds going into their favor. They'll get 3 chances to do it, so 66% of these need to go their way if they want to end it here in regulation. Otherwise, overtime will be in the cards here for our blue team for 2023. They need to win all 3 of these rounds in the half if they want to win outright. If not, they will need 2 to guarantee an overtime for themselves, reversing the scoreline from what we have at the moment here. So we'll see the final touches of the setup coming in here from Wanted. Just reinforcing the hatches upstairs mainly. Don't think we're going to see a huge amount of extended play. With that said, though, not going to see absolutely none of it, as you're going to see at least Madara and probably 1 or 2 additional players also keep themselves outside of the basement for the start of this round to see if they can get any opening picks, and more importantly, see if they can waste any time as well.
I was going to say, don't get too far ahead of yourself here. We could see some things coming out of Wanted, especially with Madara coming up that square area. And now a bunch of different players joining him across the map, especially Shinji now up here as well, or Shinji rather, over inside of CEO. And this is going to be something to consider going into this matchup here. We'll have to continue to see what this team brings to the table. It's going to be Kaze right off rip to take down Madara, as he was inside of the top elevator hallway. We'll end up getting gunned down from Kaze, I believe, upstairs inside of that space as well. We'll see how Wanted want to try and reply to this.
Sigid Already working his way in here. Has a bit of a crunch against the copier push, but it's going to be Kays that ends up getting knocked out first by Shinji instead there on the roam with that Vigil. And now Sigid is going to snap the jaws shut here. They don't expect another player to be on the inside. QB goes down. Won't be out just yet, but now finished off. The refrag, however, is there from Mystery Massacre as he's going to trade it back out and bring us down to a 3v3.
Oh, into the 3 versus 3. Minimal time now. Well, the defense is reaching about halfway inside of this one, but and fight still going on abroad as of right now. Goku's in trying to get back into sight. He won't be able to make it though, as Dave just simply has more ammo than him in this situation. That SMG-11, fantastic weapon, but low mag capacity, especially with its rate of fire, and that'll be abused from the offensive player. Sad, trying to get rid of this Twitch drone. A little bit of information on his positioning as he trying to work in from server, but this is still positive light of blue team, all things considered, unless Sad can possibly get a pick here. It'll be a cross back and forth with a player inside of this space, but History now charging forward. Has one very, very close as of right now, considering all things. He works forward. Still calculated in his movement, but finally the kill will come out for the offensive end, but it'll be traded out for Shinji. So be able to make it on through. Mystery will set up the plant as of now. Sad trying to push on forward, but finally get gunned down from Dave, rather. Excuse me. But the blue team finally coming out on top as 2023 will get one of their bigger rounds.
Could be DJ Dave Penta doing a lot of the heavy lifting there for 2023. Some great entry capability coming out from him, especially in the closing moments of the round there, being the one to push the team forward into the site and ultimately take control from very, very tough pre-fired angles that were being held there by Wanted. So some excellent stuff coming in from 2023. They are not going to take the loss lying down here. They even it back up at a 2-2 scoreline. Wanted, though, also not happy with the result on that basement defense, going to retry it pretty much immediately instead of moving along to their next site. We'll see how this will potentially hurt them in terms of choices, as Wanted not seem to have the best hold at the end of the day, but at the same time had a few players out and about, and that ultimately contributed to a fairly light amount of defense due to those players being traded by the time we got to the mid round. So maybe a little bit more of a reserved take is going to come in this time from Wanted as they try to find a successful hold here.
Yeah, that's what I would expect, at least, you know, from what we got from the initial map and leading into this one. It's been a lot of aggressive play that's been very punishable from the offense, at least all things considered for the defense. As of right now, at least, Wanted still showing the same cards, especially with Sad now doubling down into the Thunderbird. We could see some aggressive placements of these stations to try and assist, but most notably, we've been seeing them inside of Gold Vault, and looks like we'll be getting that yet again here. But I want to see some more potency out of this roam game if Wanted is going to stick to it.
Away from that, you will see what the team Wanted doing to stick to at least some extension. Looking like actually pretty much the same setup kind of come in for these guys. As you got Shinji and one more. It's looking like Sigid are going to be positioned upstairs. Madara also, I believe, in that spot over towards Janitor also. So never mind what I was saying about Wanted trying to pull back the aggression. It seems they're going to really try to double down on it here instead. And hopefully that will work out for them to try and close out their penultimate round of this map and of the series against the 2023 roster here. Once again, though, you need to be careful not to get split up too much. Madara is going to run in mid-breach over here at Stock. Can see the head, but can't line up the crosshair next to it. So no damage going to be connected at this point against one of the members of 2023 as they try to breach their way in. Mystery Massacre, though, seems ready for the challenge, but never mind. Madara is that much more ready as he instead gets the headshot off against him to bring this down to a 5v4. Give Wanted the lead so far inside of this round. A few other players going to try to make up for that as Madara begins his slow rotate back down through the stairs. A few other players still holding in this department. And Madara strikes again as he gets his second frag of the round there. Kyubi now falling victim to him. And Dave Penta also getting caught over by Break Room. K's able to exchange out for one. He's going to go for two as he realizes there's a player inside of the elevator banks also wrapping around with that LMGE as he's got the massive ammo count to be able to do so. And ultimately, it will work out to find Shinji before he can strike. Still a disadvantage mounted against our attackers, which Sigid may now throw away, however, as he tries to get aggressive, but quickly jumps down to the bottom of square. Looks like he made it down to the bottom of blue as well. So that advantage, at the end of the day, will be preserved, not lost at a 3v2. Obviously, some heavy damage going on to Sigid. But as we enter the final minute of the round, it's going to be Wanted that lead 3v2 here as Kays begins his descent of the blue stairs, and in a moment, we will probably see Butters go for the same thing. with just over a minute remaining still. Our blue team 2023 is going to take a step back here, not immediately launch themselves into the heat of battle over by the basement. Sigid as well gonna have fun with that Mozzie drone as he doesn't seem to have much use for it inside of this last minute, trying to let it escape through the main stairs, but ultimately walking right by Kays, allowing for him to shoot that out quite easily. Kays will start to work his way down here, but is he ready for the challenge here?
Well, 2 versus 3 now in favor of the defense as Butters will be working his way in from the parking garage. Kays will get tagged up from the rear and finally get taken down from Sigid on the complete opposite end. Butters with a beautiful shot tries to flick back but not able to land his shots onto the other defensive player. The orange team starting to surge ahead as Sigid will make his play and take down Butters. Wanted not allowing this one to get too far gone before they jump right back into the lead at the 3-2. Absolutely the case, my friend. An executive CEO lounge will be selected for the defense on this round, and could see some very interesting things coming out and building up to a point here, especially with Mystery now bringing in IQ. I think we're going to have a gun that we don't really get to talk about anymore in play. Blue here, I think it's going to be the G8. I really do. You know, it might be IQ for the utility, but I think it's IQ for the G8, and it is. It is IQ for the G8, as that will be coming into play. So Mystery, as we all know, we saw him on Oregon pop off with that R4C on Ash, and all things considered, might have just needed more ammo in that situation. If he could spray just a little bit more, he might be able to find even more kills. And that's what he's thinking coming into this round that will attempt to guarantee overtime for 2023. They have quite a few fragging operators coming in here, some frags on operators as well. So some considerable hard breach coming in that could assist them in quite a bit of this. So we'll have to see exactly what Orange Team can try and do to get in the way of that. Not too many utility pieces coming out to actually block this, so one is more than likely going to want to be aggressive in this situation, so we'll have to see exactly what they can achieve. Sad will actually be bringing Valkyrie to the table yet again here, so could have some positive information to be working off of, but now finally 2023 will be out and about onto the board. Wanted though, I'll be playing things quite slow on the defensive end, all except for Sigid's case. Still have Gokuzen out and about towards the northern side of the building, but still inside of sight, just trying to make sure you can play for any of these repel players. Could see some aggressive plays coming out onto these window repels, as Gokuzen does have a prepped window actually right in front of him. Could hop out on Kays at a moment's notice, especially after he's taken some damage already. Tries to get a solid angle. Gokuzen will actually take down Kays right off rip. Dave to falter as well, as Sigid will get one, but can the refrag come through? It will. Butters able to save his teammates' life as 2023 is finally fighting back.
Madara continuing to hold here, as you said, 2023 continuing to fight back, but will it be enough here? Only a minute into the round as well, so plenty of opportunities for 2023 to quickly rebound here, keep themselves in strong footing throughout not only this round, but this map here. But at the same time, you can see there is an interesting web set up here from the one-end roster to try and stop any chances of that happening. Gokuzen getting the most recent pickup. Madara taking a lot of heat on the response, but keeping himself alive. And Shinji moving in. Kyubi nearly dodges his way around the bullets, but it won't work out as another frag is found. The comms don't go out either, as Mystery Massacre is the next to fall. Butters inserts on the flank, but he's now the only player left alive, and it's not going to stay that way for very long. Gokuzen shuts it down and knocks out 2023 as Team FR Wanted are going on to the grand final.
Congratulations to Wanted. Amazing set here as they'll take both of our maps, not allowing it to get to Chalet, which could have favored 2023 just a little bit more in their play style, but we won't have to try and get that answer out today, John. It's going to be a clean 2-0 sweep in favor of Wanted from France. These guys will surge into our grand final to face off against one of our other two teams on the other end of the bracket.
And it won't be too much of a surprise, like we were talking about throughout the course of that matchup. They were Wanted bringing a highly coordinated playstyle to the table there, certainly allowing for them to edge out what was, once again, still a very nice game versus 2023. But the drone usage on top of just the overall prowess of the defensive setups that we saw on the other half from Wanted was just too powerful of a package to work against. Their 2023 able to negotiate a few rounds because of a couple over-aggressive missteps from Team Wanted, but other than that, it was Wanted all day long here. As they control the situation, they control the series, and now they will control the very first slot inside of our grand final. Who will be challenging them? Well, we'll be finding out very, very shortly. But once again, great stuff coming in from Wanted. Certainly going to be a real contender here to be our champion.
Absolutely the case, and as you said, a lot of different formations coming out from Wanted's end, and I think that that's the thing that I appreciated a lot more about their play style, in comparison to 2023. I think 2023 had a lot more solo plays going on all around the map, and that's really what got them punished. We had some solid refrags throughout most of it, but the biggest thing is that they really weren't considering what parts of the map they wanted to take that were going to be of the utmost importance, and really didn't know how they wanted to do it. That was the biggest thing. They were losing a lot of bodies, and ones that were actually very important to the situation that they were in, and that's where Rainbow Six just gets really, really difficult when you start losing a lot of those key pieces to your puzzle that you're trying to put together. So for 2023, it came down to a lot of the frags and trying to fight back in that way, and it just did not work out at the end of the day. It seemed like a lot of the communication ended up being sloppy, especially around this last map for 2023. So unfortunate for them, but Wanted just definitely the better team in this situation, and that's definitely what you're going to see across this board here, is just bigger frags coming out from Wanted.
Honestly, a fairly even match in the overall stat department here when we look at these scoreboards. Just that little bit of an extra boost to the large majority of the members that we have over on Wanted's roster, and as a result of that, allowed for them to be successful. I don't think this one was really decided on the individual basis here, much like, or unlike, I should say, our first map over on Oregon, where we saw the massive game out of Mystery Massacre, and unfortunately, no one else really able to step up to the plate for 2023, and some similar stuff happening over on the Wanted side. I think this was a game that was decided much more heftily by the kind of team strategy and how they approach the rounds from kind of a much more meta and overall sense here, and that's what allowed for our friends over on Wanted to come out on top. So they're going to take the 2-0 lead for this one, move themselves on into the grand final, and that leaves only one additional match aside from our grand final, ladies and gentlemen. We've mentioned it a few times already, and now you can see it here in front of your faces. Wii Sports versus Ule Rat is what we have up next on the docket. That'll be our second best of 3 of the day, and we'll decide the challenger to go up against Team FR. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we do want to give a nice shout out to our friends that have been helping us to sponsor this tournament. That is, of course, PlayStation Tournaments. You guys can go ahead over to compete.playstation.com. Stokes' cat just runs across the screen there. But yeah, go ahead over to compete.playstation.com, where you can find all the information you need on how to sign up for tournaments, not only in Rainbow Six, but all your favorite PlayStation titles. The two of us are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we do resume, it'll be time to start the second semifinal to see who will move onwards into the grand final. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PlayStation Tournament's Rainbow Six European Championship. We've got it down to 3 teams here now, as one has already found a spot in the grand final. 2 more stand in our second semifinal, ready to challenge each other for that one remaining spot in the grand finals. Let's go ahead and get the bracket up on screen, see who exactly they are one final time. It's Wii Sports about to go up against Ule Rats, and we will see who will come out on top as our champion to face off Team FR Wanted in the grand final. One final best of 3 to be played for the PS5s, for the 1,000 euros, and of course, all the glory.
Yeah, Wanted coming in hot off of that 2-0, so they'll need some time to cool down. But as you said, we've got a pretty spicy best of 3 here inside of the semifinals. We'll see if it's going to be another 2-0, but we've got some pretty cool maps to be looking at as well, folks. We'll get those up on your screens here in just a bit. But as you said, Wii Sports versus Ule Rat, there's a lot to consider here with these two going up against each other. We've already seen some pretty aggressive play styles coming out, but it could be some time for some coordination. But again, this is going to be considering that map pool, which I think you guys are going to find pretty interesting.
And that coordination is something that we will need to see from whoever ends up making it out of this matchup too. Like we already talked about at the end of our previous series, Wanted is bringing a very coordinated picture to the table, a very team-oriented focus, and as well, a huge intel focus to their overall play style here, especially on the attack, choosing not really to go for their big executes until they've used most, if not all, of their drones and feel confident about the information they have before they really want to move in there. So a team that has to go up against them is going to have to be just as confident in that department and just as good at gathering that intel themselves. So that's what we're going to be looking for out of our champion here. As we take a look at the 2 rosters, we're going to go ahead and get Wii Sports up on the screen first. We've got Braxy, Risewiz, Nightwiz, as well as Rocky and NXSTY.
Nasty.
That's
we replaced
the
our, you know...
The WES at the end was like throwing me off a little bit there. It's just the tag, but yeah, nasty. There we go. As I read through that X in the middle. Thank you, Stokes. But yeah, they sit at a 10-2 record right now with an 83% win rate. So sit a little bit better off than our other 2 teams. But meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, we have their challengers. Let's go ahead and see who they are. Stokes reads through that roster.
Oh, well, let's see how I do. I believe the first one is Fantasy. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Azulo, Yamahash, Minzy, and Hevogs. I believe that's how we are going to say these, at least throughout all of this. And once again, we're gonna have the exact same win rate, 83% win rate for Ule Rats, and coming in tall off of those 10 wins. So obviously have some downfalls here, but this could make for a pretty interesting best of 3. We could honestly go the full distance.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get the map vetoes up on screen now and see where exactly these 2 teams have chosen to take this pool towards. And it's going to be quite interesting, actually, as we'll be starting out on Border. As you can see, once again, we've got quite a few ranked maps inside of the pool right now, such as Favela, Outback, and so on for that, including Border here, which is what Ule Rat is going to choose for their first map. That'll be our first map of the series. Following that, we'll move over towards Villa, which is going to be Wii Sports' pick. And finally, if we do need to play our third and final map, it is going to be on Clubhouse, the classic Rainbow Six map, which you guys at home, if you play Rainbow Six, should all know and love.
Absolutely the case in Border. The biggest map to talk about right now is it is going to start us off here inside of this best of 3, and oh boy, am I excited. But we hope you guys at home are excited as well. So we have a question for you. Who will win? Very easy question to consider. Please answer inside of Twitch chat right now for that Twitch poll and tell us who you think is going to take this one. Personally, I'm just going to say Ule Rat. I think the name says it all. I think they're going to be ratting out all of these maps and trying to really get in the faces of Wii Esports. But it looks like you guys think it's going to be Wii Sports with 67% on that poll.
Absolutely the case there. So once again, Wii Sports actually having quite a bit of an interesting history here, specifically even outside of PlayStation's domain here. These guys have won an Xbox championship previously, had a prize pool of over 10,000 euros, in fact, according to them, as well as an offline LAN event on PlayStation also has been taken by them. So Wii Sports actually has quite a bit of prowess under their belt when it comes to the console scene. We'll have to wait and see how that holds up, of course, up against Ule Rat, who do have, apparently they have won a lot of Go-Fors, is what they have said on their profile as well. So they still have a lot of experience inside of the weekly cup position. We'll see how far that will take them here today at the PlayStation Tournament's European final. We are obviously into the bans here now, so let's take a look and see if we're going to have any interesting ones. The shield bans are going to come in quite commonly once more here for our first map of the series in Border, as we'll see Nomad banned out first, which makes sense here. Once again, this map, especially the upstairs part of it, is basically like a big circle, so it's very easy for those Nomad jammers, or air jabs rather, to block off access to the more aggressive defenders, and as a result of that, it'll be a pretty common ban here.
I'm going to wrapping up the bans now, and we'll have to see what this Border is going to play like once we consider what the defense has to offer. Kaid going to be banned, and this is actually quite a strong one, although Ule Rat is going to be the team that removes it, so they won't be able to abuse it, rather, on their first side. Overall, though, it looks as though Wii Sports is going to have quite a few offenders to use that you would normally see on this map. The air jabs being gone, that's going to be quite sad just because of how small Border is overall. It's a very condensed map, and you're going to have a lot of aggressive rotations from the defense, as well as you're practically just on top of each other once you enter the building in the first place. So it's going to be a very aggressive front here, but we'll have to see what there is to offer on both ends. Personally, I think the offense is slated to win most of these rounds, all things considered, especially with Thatcher coming into play, but we are going to have some change-ups across the board here. We had a Rise initially on Osa, which you and I actually have not gotten to commentate just yet, but I'm excited to see what she can do in the future. We won't have her here, I believe, today, or we could. Don't really know about that one, but either way, won't have her inside of this round. It's going to be Finka and also Yana coming in for Rocky.
We've not seen that pick just come in just as of yet here, so I've been sticking more to the normal meta trends as people try to figure out ways to work that new operator into the fold. And away from that, though, like Stoke said, hopefully see it a little bit later on, just not right now as we get into the first round of this map. See how exactly these two teams will face off and what type of skill we are really in for here looking at these two rosters. Here we go, folks. Been a while since the two of us have casted this map, but it is no stranger to competitive play. Border starting things out on the expected upstairs site here for our orange team, which is going to be Ule Rat, by the way, and Wii Sports will be our blue team. So by the way, for Ule Rat here, going to be taking the advantage in this upstairs site position, where once more it'll be a hard lock bunker inside of these two rooms. Will be an extension, however, as you're more than likely catching out towards the other side, but more than likely won't be a mainstay sticking around here. Might be a player position in here to try and waste some time, but that will be it for the most part. Most if not all of the defensive focus is going to be positioned into the sites themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Cases usually end up seeing some form of rotation out from this hallway if someone is going to play there, and that is absolutely going down this time around. Nothing really going on near the central staircases, just some barbed wire and some other odds and ends to be able to assist the defenders here. Starting us off with a spawn peek, but not able to find it. Yamahashi can't stick around for too long either. A little bit late to the party on this initial play here, but he'll stick around on square to see the gun of the Yana pass on by. Rocky actually be rocking the G36C, which is a gun that we don't get to see often enough, really. I mean, we get to see it a little bit on Ash, but not really when it comes to Yana's play, because we have that ARX, such a damaging weapon, but a lower mag capacity, so can get hairy at times. Speaking of which, looks like we finally have some pushback from the offense as Minzy will fall back towards the server area right now of CCTV and try and hold on to this for a time, as Legion still trying to fight to the outside towards office as well.
Continuing to wait here inside of break for an opportunity to frag out for the defensive side of things. Not the only one as well. Hevog back over by the offices, trying to wait for that same opportunity. We're going to see the Gemini clone run past him, so that'll be quickly dealt with there. No real info being passed over, and now as well, Ule Rat's going to be able to score the first kill of the game as Yamash gets that first pickup. Hevog as well with the aggression. He knew there was presence outside here. Fortunately, doesn't know exactly how much there is, so Rocky's able to get the exchange, but at the same time, Minzy, a second later, gets the Nitro cell out to keep things under control for Ule Rat here as they bring it down to a 4v2. Just Nasty and Rocky are all that remains here now for Wii Sports.
We'll cue the Rocky theme music because it's down to a 1 versus 4, and he'll at least slap one off of the angle. Down to another one, but Yamahash has the angle as well, and he'll fight back. The defensive end takes the initial round off of some beautiful shots as well. The recommitment to the angle just to throw him off guard, and Wii Sports will not be able to make it out of the thick of it. Ule Rat getting away with way too much inside of the early round there, and just not enough bodies to try and fight back when it came down to it.
Ule Rat really with the aggression to throw at Wii Sports there. Wii Sports just never really knowing how to handle it. So as a result of that one, they will fall down. They will not be able to maintain their attacking presence there late enough into the round to get even close to the site. And Ule Rat will take a very successful opening round for themselves here. That's the expected site to close out for this defensive half, however. So now we really get to test the mettle of this defensive side for Ule Rat, as they're going to be forced to go for the more uncommon sites that are won by the defenders here, starting off with the first floor hold that's coming up on this round now.
Let's see what Ule Rat can change up in order to make this play a little bit more aggressive to assist them with Wii Sports. And there's a lot of things to actually evaluate when it comes to this location on border, especially considering this top floor and how things work around the CCTV and archive space. We've got a Hats to Abuse inside of that area, as well as some soft destruction, so they're going to want to prioritize this area and make sure that there's some control here. Now, here's the biggest outlier. We don't have a mirror on the defense. I'm actually very, very surprised, because she did end up making it through, and you have to, and I mean have to, hold on to this top floor in order to be successful here. If they get control of that, that's more than likely a lot of this being broken up by Braxy here, and a lot of these angles will be abused to take out a multitude of different defenders and their standpoints throughout that entire site.
Mirror certainly would have been useful for our defenders to try and use, as you were saying, to try to block off some of these sight lines, but seems like it might not be needed here, as Yamash quickly dealing with one of the members of our blue team running out there. That's going to be Rocky on the IQ, down for the count before the count really started, and as a result of that, already our blue team, Wii Sports, is going to be fighting from behind here in a 4v5. Rise has the read on at least one player, trying to trade it back out, but not enough damage as Capri keeps himself alive, trying to rush over towards the metal stairs, and now Minzy with the cutoff inside of the office, going for one more as well, gets the job done before finally being traded out by Braxy after 2 kills were picked up for the defense.
Nasty defense coming out from Ule Rat. Wii Sports just not able to win these fights, and down to a lone man yet again. It's Nasty. Still has that goose egg, looking for his first frag here, as his team has been struggling, and they will continue to do so. This has been the fastest map that we've had here yet today, as Ule Rat is in the driver's seat of border. Nothing that the offense can do can find them space inside of the actual building right now. Only inklings of map controls. They try to walk into the building, but losing gunfight after gunfight while they're trying to gather control. And Ule Rat constantly on their necks right from the jump inside of that round, as well as they take out the IQ early.
Wii Sports may gain an inch inside of these rounds, but Ule Rat will gain multiple miles over the course of them trying to gain that. Some really great aggressive styling coming out from our defenders right now, and it is absolutely stunning. Wii Sports' capability to try to work their way into this map themselves here. Like I said, not even really able to get close to the sites just as of yet here. Only really getting into the building and having to fight in the 2 to 3 rooms that might connect near it. Never actually getting close enough to try and get that case down. And as a result of that, Wii Sports has a lot of problems to work on for this attacking side, and only one more round to do it on. The good news is, once again, Ule Rat is being forced to go to weaker and weaker sites, as they're now going to work their way into the stock closet as well as server hold for their final round of this half.
I think the biggest downfall of Wii Sports as of right now is their lack of abuse of the info game. We're not really seeing anything coming out and you know, inside of that camp. We saw the Yana initially, but no real traction coming from that. Not even a holo use. You know, the team really isn't coming together to try and respond to anything with their info that they are getting, even though it's quite, you know, small at this moment. There's just nothing really going into this. They're really just trying to find portions of the map that Ule Rat is not in, and and then gather control there and work from that space in order to try and work their way through the map initially. But with the way that Ule-Rat is positioning, this isn't giving Wii Sports any opening to try and work their way into the building. So that's really where you want to see them lean on that info game and try and capitalize on a situation where the defense is at a disadvantage inside of that info department. I mean, we already have some damage coming out early here, and it's actually going to be in the offensive favor as well, as Hevog will take just a little bit of damage, but nothing really to call back upon later on. This is only going to be about half a bullet's worth of HP, but Yamahashi will actually lose about a full bullet's worth here. So the defense getting tattered a bit, but oh no, not like this. It's Minzy as he just sprays through the wall of archives. He'll take down 2 West players, and now the offense looking like they're going to lose all 3 of their offensive rounds.
This was such a promising start for Wii Sports. Seem to be having some control over parts of the Ule-Rat roster. But look at this. We can't even see where these shots are coming from. Yamahashi just shutting it all down as a 3rd member of the Wii Sports roster falls now. Nasty in a good position to finally trade out Yamahashi, but this is only just the beginning of it. They've only brought it down to a 4v2, and they've got a lot more to make up for here between Braxy and Nasty as they try to hold on to this map, hold on to some semblance of the scoreline as they try to avoid a 3-0 half for Ule-Rat, but it's looking more and more like that might happen. A nice trap goes down, but at the same time, the impact rolls out from Hevog to allow him to finish off Braxy. Nasty did trade on to 1 more, but now he's alone here. A 1v3, and he's only got security control to work with. No overall map control. Every single part of this map, aside from this single room, he has to now check every single possible angle. This is going to be messy, to say the least here, as Nasty tries to find some way to come out with a clutch.
And this round right now might be the most healing that I've seen come out of a Thunderbird whilst we've been casting. I mean, this is 2 now full health individuals that were quite low, and now they'll be able to pressure Nasty because of it. He's been called upon time and time again on this offensive half and asked for huge plays. Not really able to get too much traction inside of that last round, and Ule-Rat is just walking away with Border at the moment. They'll be forced into the offensive side now as they come off of the easiest defensive half of their lives. It's a 3-0 right now. All of the aggression paying off. A very front-loaded defensive end that Wii Sports just simply did not have an answer to.
Things continuing to look quite good here for Ule-Rat as they charge forward with a 3-0 scoreline. Only 1 out of 3 attacking rounds is all they need to shut down this first map here and really put them on the map for this overall series here. Keep in mind, too, that our second map is going to be Villa. So when Ule-Rat gets onto the defensive side of that map, they're going to have just as much freedom, if not more, to make these aggressive plays, to make these roamer-centric sort of setups work for them. And Wii Sports is going to have to be the team that has to figure that out. That's their map pick, the second map that we'll be moving into as well. So if we don't see some type of rebound come out on this second half of this map for Wii Sports, they're going to have to very quickly refocus on how to deal with those types of plays, because they're more than likely in for a heck of a lot more than that on map number 2 as well.
All right, so the second half is upon us. 0-3 in favor of Ule-Rat. Very quick border and a rat-tastic one at that. You know, I was trying to make some jokes about the name. You know I was. It has rat in it. That's one of the play styles of Siege that we like to joke about. Just because it's always, you know, that last corner that you're at least expecting someone to be in, and all of a sudden you're now dead. And there's nothing really you can do past that inside of Rainbow Six. There is no res. Once you're dead, you're dead. Yeah, and that's it. So that's what's making things so very difficult for Wii Sports in the moment. But for me, as a resident console player, or once, you know, being a console player, this is one of my favorite play styles to watch in the entire game. Very aggressive, in your face, and just removing as much, you know, as many chess pieces, if you want to say it like that, off the board as possible. And, you know, it's been fantastic play so far from Ule-Rat, but now they have to transition that into an offensive play style. It can't be as loose cannon as it once was, even though it is starting out that way. This is going to be a lot more punishable by the defense if they can start to win some of these gunfights.
I'll see if Wii Sports can get themselves on the board with any sort of similar play style at all. Well, they're obviously going to be holding downstairs in a site we actually haven't been to as of yet, as we'll be over towards Tellers now for the Wii Sports rosters. They try to take a much closer setup for themselves. That could come back to bite them if they play too heavily into the actual setup, but that is clearly not the case looking at what we have set up for these guys down on the first floor right now, as they are spread all over the place, certainly taking the most out of their map control that they are gifted at the beginning of this round. So we'll certainly try to use that. Menzii with the lineup at the bottom of the metal stairs, but unable to make the shot connect there, as Nasty, or another member of our blue squad of Wii Sports, is going to be able to get away. And now Nighty will be able to pick up the initial kill of the round as Khepri gets traded out.
Well, Nighty with some shots, able to at least damage Fantasy, but it will get out with 1 HP. And luckily enough for them, as no other hard breach existing for the offenders as of right now, be able to get this hatch open and have another form of play to be able to pass through later on inside of this one. Hebog now in the bottom of square as Jackal. Some good information to gather with those foot tracks marching through the actual site. Blue team of Wii Sports still spread inside of this basement, controlling this central room here inside of the actual workshop. Menzii trying to work his way down Armory stairs as of right now, but nothing really going on around the map. But finally, the quietness will be busted with an AK-12 as 90 will be taken down, but things all of a sudden reaching a pretty interesting moment as Hebog will hop too.
Oh, no,
one goes
like
down, Menzii will get one as well as Rise finally defends, but nothing really coming in for the defense. Only 1 kill, but make it 2 as Braxy finally fights back. It's a 2 versus 2 going into the last 30 seconds.
Fantasy is incredibly low as well. A single tap against him, and he's going to go down here. But he's got the reinforcements set up behind him here. No utility able to be used by our defenders as well. Fantasy kind of stuck behind this barricade, unfortunately, relying on the support to come in from Yamahash. And now the trade from Yamahash brings it down to 1 down player on each side and 1 player still standing tall. This one's going to go to Yamahash as well. The big plays on the defensive side, and now the attack as well. Ula Rat get the 4-0 flawless victory to start the series off in their favor.
And what a way to start it off. Wii Sports only looking like they could possibly take 1 of those rounds. Everything else so dominant in the favor of Ule Rat, and I think that they are going to transition this very well over to our following map. That was a huge stomp on Border, and I really don't know how Wii Sports comes back.
Yeah, I mean, for Wii Sports there, even when they looked to be ahead in the final few moments of that 4th round there, still someone's able to bring it back. Yamahash with that great, slow, steady play, bringing things down to basically a snail's pace to try and analyze the situation, and it works out brilliantly. We're going to see more of this aggression coming out from Ula Rat on the replays as well, so you guys can get a much clearer picture of how, look at again, these cutoffs, the capability, the swings coming in there, specifically from Menzii in that round as well. Taking the less traveled path here is really catching Wii Sports off guard far more often than it is not, and is allowing for so much early round success to come in. And that's just talking about the defensive side here.
Yeah, absolutely the case, my friend. I mean, this has just been an onslaught from Ule Rat. Wii Sports, I mean, you really have to feel bad for Nasty especially. I mean, time and time again, trying to be the most controlled player inside of the calamity that's being created on either side that they're on. And, you know, it's just impossible for him to try and hit some of these clutches, especially when they get over to the defense. I mean, they put him on smoke. He's usually the last player alive. He's trying to fight back against 3 people with an SMG-11. It's just not going to work out in that case, and that's why we get all the way down to this 4-0 in favor of Ule Rat.
Yeah, we can see here the combined kill total for everyone on Wii Sports is just 1 kill more than what Menzii had, as the overall team ends up with 8 kills throughout the course of that game. Menzii with 7. So once again, that goes to show you how mismatched these teams seem to be in terms of fragging potential, but that's also important to note that just the first map here, and a very, very snowballed one leading the favor over towards Ula Rat. We'll have to see, though, because as Stokes was mentioning, and as I brought up a couple times during our first map, our second map, as we get into it, is going to be Villa. This is another map where roamers can have themselves a field day if they're allowed the room to do it. And this is certainly a map where there will be an excess of room for roamers to fulfill that job.
Now, as my job as a commentator, you always have to contradict yourself at some point and give some sort of hope to Wii Sports fans, John. That's what you got to do. And just to try and do that, this is indeed Wii Sports map, folks. Ule Rat picked Border, Wii Sports picked Villa. So they should hopefully have some strategies in play here to assist them in finding some rounds. We start off small. We just want one on the board, and then we can consider going farther and farther. But it's just getting over that initial hump and getting comfortable inside of this matchup up against Ule Rat, because I think that that's really what's gone awry here. Ule Rat's aggressive play style is just difficult for Wii Sports to play around currently, at least when you take into consideration border, whereas Villa's going to have a lot more openings just given the size of this map.
So let's get into it. We've got the bans out. Mozzie being the interesting one there, as that was a little bit of a comfortable pick, I think, for one of the members on Ule Rat for the few rounds on defense we did get to see played out. So trying to maybe deal with that on top of the fact that, again, they more than likely want to make sure that their drone presence isn't going to be restricted too heavily here, as once more a big part of the issue for Wii Sports was their inability to catch these more extended setups from Ule Rat and properly deal with them while still leaving themselves enough time, or in most cases player count, to actually assault the site with. So we will see if that ban ends up working out and allowing for that greater capability to figure out these more extended setups. Speaking of which, we are going to go to trophy and statuary first, as Ule Rat gets the defensive start yet again here in our second map. So they'll be going right back to their old tricks, I would imagine, to the extent the site choice allows.
Now, the interesting thing here being that we did not get a Thatcher ban on Villa. This is something that we would expect routinely coming out of a map like this. So with having Mav as well as Jackal, or excuse me, Monty as well as Jackal banned, everything's going to be open on the offensive playbook. Really, the only operator that we see often on a map like Villa is going to be Jackal, but he isn't even really considered all that much. So all of the routine tools that you would expect them to be abusing on a map like this, hard breachers as well as Thatcher and everything else, air jabs especially, will all be in play. We could see some positive vertical soft breach used as well. We have Nasty on that Ash, so could be looking into that, as well as Rocky, who could be leaning into more of that GA play. But IQ actually gets a lot more done on Villa in comparison to a lot of other maps. Plenty of soft breach around for her to try and get some stuff done, but I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult if we see any abuse of anything else. The good news is though, Braxy will be on that Thatcher, so that's more than likely why we'll see Ule Rat just trying to lean more into that aggressive play style yet again here, because there's no way that you're going to try and deny these walls. They just have too much at their disposal, so you might as well open some things up, make it awkward for the offense, and try and get in their face.
Thunderbird once again in check here for our defenders, as well as that little bit of an aggressive boost to take an extra bullet or two of damage versus your opponent is going to be exactly what Ule Rat needs to once again re-enable the style that they've been using as of the previous map. And we're right back in it, ladies and gentlemen. Here, Yamaha shutting down Rocky at the beginning of the round, denies any of the late round intel that might come in from the IQ, and Minzy does this one as well, catching Nighty outside of one of the outside windows.
And once again, Wii Sports falling back into the same ruts that they created last map, trying to work their way through this. But seems that they've been attached to rails here. A real way to get off of this is finally we'll have a frag come through here for Wii Sports as they bring this closer into the 2 versus 3. Some beautiful shots here from Capriello. Find Braxy lacking inside of 90. It's all down to Nasty once again, as he's been the most considerable player to stay alive, but not the most considerable player in the fragging department. Capri also has the case down inside of 90, but Nasty luckily enough has yet another kill, but plenty of HT on both of these Ule Rat players. They'll stop the laser gate. That'll give up some audio cue, but Nasty with the triple now as Kepri goes a little wide here. Misreading the situation as Nasty continues to step back and forth inside of Plains, and the R4C will get it done. Yamahash, he's out in the middle of nowhere, has no cover to his name, and the R4C finds 4.
Such a promising start to the round. Ule Rat's overconfidence gets the better of them, though, as they detach every single duel against him to a 1v1, ultimately allowing for him to shut down those fights on an individual basis. One by one, we see the fights being taken by Nasty to win out the round, and he takes every single one of them. Wii Sports steals the round right out of Ule Rat's hands. It is going to take the lead on the outset of Villa.
And this is the biggest thing here, John. When you have a situation like this, it's a 1 versus 3 that we are presented with. Ule Rat is completely mispositioned in this situation. Yes, they have control of the case in 90, but you are up so many men in this situation, you can just back off and play the site. What is that person going to do? They can't do anything at all. That's the answer. They have to try and get into sight. And not only that, they have to kill 3 people and possibly plant all at the same time with no coverage. You can play it on the timer, put that person into a terrible situation and not give them a single gunfight. But we see the exact opposite. Ule Rat, they let this, warpath take them a little bit too far, and Nasty gets away with 4 incredible kills.
More than likely going to have to see Ule Rat calm that down a little bit. They're feeling that they can immediately find success on a repeat. And I would tend to agree with them, especially with the success we saw out of the opening moments from Yamahash as well as Capri once again there, in addition to some other players like Minzy finding those opening picks. Just need to pull it back a little bit. Let that last player come into your part of the map. They're on the attack after all, not you. So just cool things off a little bit and should be back in a controlling situation for Ule Rat. At the same time, for Wii Sports, not going to be able to necessarily rely on plays like that from Nasty every single round. So we'll need to look for better solutions in the future here, and already going to see a lot more pressure built up from them outside of the study balcony. Yamaha stands here once again ready to fend this off as he immediately shoots out the first drone that's thrown in. Any more going to come? Probably not anytime soon here, as they now know there's a player on the inside of the room. They just have to figure out what the best path to handle said player is going to be.
More and more I watch our PlayStation brethren play this game, Blue, the more and more I understand why they hate the Monty so very much. They want to be so very forward in these buildings and make sure that they can take a contested gunfight right off rip. Now, it might be a little bit of a coin flip, but sometimes it'll work out into your favor. Unluckily enough, this time around, not going to be the case, although Yamahash will hit a beautiful shot onto Nighty and equalize us at a 4 versus 4. And yet again, these Thunderbird stations coming in clutch as they'll heal him back up, almost 100% HP yet again here for the defender as Ule Rat is looking to claim their first round.
Yeah, Ule Rat continuing to sit back and I think play more into their sight positions at this point in the game here. Wii Sports have really locked into some of the more aggressive tendencies from Ule Rat, specifically on the south side of the map. They're not going to be too keen on trying to contest any of that at this very late point in it here. They want to make sure that they can catch them in the sight. We can see Hevog as well going for the bottom to top Nitro Cell. Won't work out though, a little too far off the mark to find Nasty. Good news for him though, Braxy as well, a little bit too preoccupied with another task, so he's not going to be able to catch him through that bathroom window, as he'll be rotating up, I believe, over towards possibly the master balcony to maybe hop in through there, but it's going to be Yamahash that catches Braxy instead wherever he tried to get aggressive, takes him out. Hevog will get spotted on a flank, however, so his aggressive tendencies are more than likely going to be stopped there at the top of main stairs.
The good news is, though, is that just because he got seen doesn't mean that he has to stop. And the other thing is that the opposing squad of Wii Sports now has to deal with him. The big news is, though, is that Hevog will sadly not play the situation out to its fullest, tries to get aggressive and find himself a frag, and that's going to give this a 3 versus 3. The good news, though, all of the drones on the offensive side, gone. Blue team now has to face check literally everything going forward, and that's going to make this an Ule Rat favored situation. With 27 seconds remaining, it looks like things will start now. Concussions in, no one really trying to do all too much. Rocky actually isn't going to capitalize on this at all, and this is going to make it even more easy for the defenders to do anything about this. Lots of damage dealt initially to Rocky as the Ash will go down. Rocky should be soon to fall as well, and that's going to be easily done for Fantasy. Rise now has to do the exact same thing, but he won't face check. Instead, he'll be gunned down inside of Master Bedroom by the defenders as he simply slinked on in, and Ule Rat had the read.
Yeah, pretty much what we expected to see in terms of adjustment there from Ule Rat. Still that little bit of aggression where they could swing it. And again, very well weighted, especially the back main stairs push that came in late round from Hevog that wasted even more time and caused more uncertainty for the Wii Sports roster. But they've cooled it off to the extent where once again, once it's brought down to the 1vx, they're not just throwing themselves to the last player, kind of thinking that they could very easily take them down. They take a much more measured approach. They allow for Wii Sports to finally throw themselves at the execute in the final seconds of the round, and that leads to a much more successful hold overall for Ule Rat, now tying us up at 1-1 and taking us to the final round of the half here, which is going to be played up in Aviation and Games by Ule Rat before they switch over to the attack on the following round.
A 3-0 on their first defensive half of the day and a 1-1 currently, looking to make it a 2-1. Overall, only having one mistake on their defensive end if they're able to achieve that. As you said, they will be headed to AVG in order to try and do so. As for West, though, this has not been the hottest start to a game, although we have had some very nasty shots from Nasty, and Wii Sports has been able to bide for some map control. It constantly is coming down to this info game and how much punishment they've had inside of that department. Ule-Rat really isn't bringing that much to the table to try and fend off these drones either. It's really just these drones being put into very dangerous situations and them losing a lot of their info game around that minute and a half to a minute mark. And I mean, you can already see Nasty, for instance, has already lost his drone, and we just got into the action phase. This is something that you don't want to be seeing too often inside of your rudimentary games, is that info can assist you so very much, especially in a lineup like this where you don't have a lot of info to consider inside of your primary utility.
As we start to see the pushes come together for Wii Sports here, it is going to be mainly focused in trying to clear things out over towards the master side. Unfortunately, this will not work out, as we're actually going to see in a different part of the map. Nighty will get caught, I think, trying to work his way into Study. Minzy as well, also catching Nasty, trying to take Master Closet control now. Minzy maybe going to get two, but does overthrow himself a little bit here in terms of trying to get out. Rise will be able to trade onto him, but Yamash already trading out onto Rocky as well. The trades always seem to be going the way of Ule-Rat, and this round is no exception, as once again they bring it down to a 4v2.
Playing it tighter, just playing more considerable game when it comes to the aggression, more coordinated in the way that they are addressing things. As Wii Sports once again, John, just try and walk inside of the building. No real drones inside of the master space. They just think it's their own building and they try to walk in rent free. They'll catch Khepri though out here on the Boar window, but still a 2 versus 3, all things considered, as the defense still well within their right to take this one, get to that 2-1 score line that we were talking about moments ago. Rise and Braxy with a lot of work ahead of them, especially Rise, as he's the only one with solid info inside of this situation. He's going to need to be very coordinated with his team as to where they want these drones in the info game that he can possibly assist in, as they actually have to work their way into AVG still. Positioning of the defenders also very strong, with Hevog adjusting over to Study.
We continue to see time trickle down here. Wii Sports looking for those free picks that might come out due to the aggression from Ule-Rat, but as you can see, they've learned their lesson from the first round. They're not going to jump into those fights anymore if they don't necessarily have a reason to. They're holding it back. They're playing this onto the site. We are going to see Hevog commit to a fight, however. Braxy seemed like he was ready for it, but regardless, Hevog closes it down. Just Rise left alive in this engagement now, and Fantasy takes him out as well. So it's another round going by the way of Ule-Rat as they take the 2-1 advantage at halftime.
The aggressive play from Ule-Rat paying off yet again here, as they are constantly getting these picks early on. Wii Sports just not respecting the map control, but luckily enough, the map control is all going to be theirs now going into the defensive side.
Certainly will be the case here, but still, will they be able to contend with this very fast-paced play style that Ule-Rat has been constantly bringing, even on the one attacking round we did get to see back over on our first map? Once again, now going to have to try and look for just a few more here on the second for Villa. They'll be trying to shut this one down fairly quickly, with 2 out of 3 of these needing to go into their favor for that to happen. And if not, as long as they claim 1, they will guarantee themselves the overtime, where they'll have a bit of a reset and a chance to shut things down there. Checking a second here to see if they're going to have the defensive start, and it looks like they will not, have the defensive start should we end up going to OT. So possibly a little bit of a disadvantage getting thrown their way if they allow this one to go to a 3-3 tied scoreline, but we will hold our breath for that for when it ends up happening. No surprises on the site choice here for Wii Sports, as they now take on the mantle of the defenders for themselves. They're going to go directly over towards Aviation and Games, which is the usual go-to starting site for our defensive teams. In terms of the setup they bring to the table, lots of utility mitigation, the usual amount, at least with 2 operators being committed to that between Rocky as well as Rise. That'll be dealing with the nades as well as other throwables that Ule-Rat are going to be bringing into the fold. Away from that, well, also, actually, I didn't even notice we had a Wamai in the fold there. So 3 operators dedicated to that goal. Nighty's going to look to try and take down any more overzealous members of this team by bringing the frost mats into play. And finally, of course, Braxy will be the final bit of delay with the smoke hiding in the back lanes, more than likely playing into the site here. wait out those final minute or so of play before he begins to use those Toxic Babes to fend off the pushes from the Rats. Speaking of which, they are now out on the board. Let's take a look and see about how their clear is going to be prioritized towards. It's looking like early pressure on this study, but that could very easily change when they see the 3-player stack that has been built up over at the top of main stairs. Even away from that, now Nighty going to have a little bit of resistance and even a deployable shield to assist with this as well, as he maintains a position inside of the master bedroom to try and waste time here. Rocky also already moving down the red stairs here to try and put some pressure onto Ula as they clear out the first floor red carpet hallway, but Rocky will have to be pushed back a little bit as he takes a lot of damage, but returns some as well. Hevog going down to about 15 HP or so before eventually giving up on that exchange. Once again, about a minute gone for the round here. Ula not a whole lot of success so far here in terms of transitioning themselves up into a second floor hold, and you may have noticed it as well. The jaws of the Roam are slowly closing shut against them. Closer towards the red stairs, we have 2 at least members of the Wii Sports roster trying to leverage some pressure for themselves. We did see Braxy throw one of his Toxic Babes to fend off main stairs play. Minzy seems like he has the right of initiation here in the meanwhile, but can't follow it through to get the damage necessary over onto the smoke. So Braxy survives, only taking 1 to 2 bullets of damage, and still maintains all that presence up on top of the stairs. This is Capri, and now Hevog still taking that heavy damage, but Capri turns his engagement around with all things considered. We have Rocky sneaking back in, and this is after Braxy's able to finish off Hevog as well, but Yamash took down Braxy. More kills coming in here for Ula as well, and they're just barely able to hold on to the player count because of them. A 3v2 advantage now on their pocket, but still no sight control to be written home about. Fantasy as well stuck at the top of main stairs, and never mind, Rocky taking him out as he completes the flank from over in Study, but just as quickly an exchange comes in from Yamahash to take him down, leaving it all on to Nasty now as the 2 remaining Ula players take up the top stairs.
Nasty now at the back of Gun Vault. Everything getting quite quiet here, all except for the AUG now. Crying out shots out towards Study, but nothing really landing just yet. Once again, some shots coming out, but nothing landing on a Kepri. Still quite low HP. All of the previous gunfights that he's already had. Nasty coming under fire. We've seen him clutch up once before, and he's been called up once again. They need to try and get this plant down, but oh no, a missed position from Kepri. He was such low HP, and now it's down to the 1 versus 1. Yamahash lost this out the last time, but he won't this time around. Orange team get away with it as Ula get up and on to match and map point.
A very, very closely fought round there, especially with Wii Sports trying to keep the pressure up. You gotta respect them again for trying to keep up with Ula play style, but Ula once again succeed in the dying moments of the round. It goes all the way down to the 1v1 to settle it, but the Rats succeed and they now lead 3-1. Only 1 more round needed to push them into the grand final against Team Wanted. 1 more best of 3 separates them from a set of PlayStation 5s on top of 1,000 euros in cash to be split amongst the team as well. The potential final battleground for the defense is going to be over on the other side of the map now in Trophy Statuary. The Frost will stay in play here for Wii Sports, and overall the lineup is going to look very, very similar despite the move to a new site.
At this moment, I just feel bad for Wii Sports. They have the matching tags. Everything just looks so beautiful on their end, and then they're just getting out-ratted right now by Ula. The aggressive play style just working out for them a little bit more in this situation, and really only making that 1 blunder that ended up giving Nasty quite a few frags. But since then, course correcting, and once again playing back into their own favor, allowing Wii Sports to make a lot of errors. And although given it has been giving us some moments that could go back and forth, it seems to be a constant. Ula always coming out on top, and you know, even considering a lot of these fights to be a 50-50, it still seems as though Ula is able to get out of them handedly.
For Ula continuing to sneak their way out of some dodgy situations. They are once again our premier team looking to try and take control of our second spot in the grand final. For our blue team, though, for Wii Sports, like Stokes was mentioning, they have shown us some good stuff here, just having trouble with the final moments of each round, some trouble with the closeouts, and as well as the moment-to-moment minutia of these rounds here where they're falling apart time to time, and that's allowing for Ula to take an ultimate advantage over them in the large majority of rounds here. We'll see if that'll be the... Excuse me, we'll have a hiccup there. We'll see if it'll be the same for what could be the final round of the map, but Rocky is going to go hyper aggressive here, directly contests against the push from the front door barricades, and Capri becomes the victim of it there as he nearly loses his life, going down to about a third of his HP.
Rocky tried to continue his onslaught. He'll work his way up towards Study, but luckily enough, a drone will be tossed in at that exact moment. Nice shots here from Havoc as well, so he'll find 90 down low here on the red staircase, and already starting off strong here for Ule Rat as they try to work up the main stairs. Rocky will be manning this for a time. Yet another drone falling to his gun, but what else will? That's really the question, is they seriously need a frag as of right now, but Rocky is shot spray wide, as well as the collective of Ule Rat players collect themselves at the bottom of main and overwhelm him inside of this position. That's 2 kills going into the favor of the offense, and Wii Sports is bleeding.
It's going to make this very, very tough for Wii Sports now. They've been trying to use aggression to get themselves back into these rounds, but at a 3v5, they can't really afford to do that anymore. They really have to play out their man count at this point, try to leave these players alive for as long as possible, as we see Ule Rat moving in for the clearance of the extended position inside of the map room, but still need to work beyond that and get themselves to the site itself, where Wii Sports is going to have a little bit of a shooting gallery for themselves. This is actually going to be a great potential opportunity for them to bounce back into the round a little bit. Nasty, though, seems to be scared of a potential flank either from Astro or maybe even working their way in from the master bedroom itself. But either way, it gives up that extended position where they could have fought against Ule Rat. Is now going to allow for them to set up for an execute over the next few moments. Rise will be the only change up for this, as he still maintains the trophy connector a little bit further out from the site.
Oh, Rise trying to connect some shots now with the SMG of Frost, but it's all for naught in the moment. And oh no, Fantasy! He's not having any of it, Blue. He's just gonna charge on forward. He's inside of Trophy, but Nasty! Oh my! It's 2 big kills! He'll down the Ash as well! It's a 2 versus 2 now! Braxy will get discovered, but he's been gunned down into the 1 versus 1! And oh! It gets done yet again! Nasty! He'll take out 4! Count them 4! As he'll take out a multitude of Ule Rat players and keep Wii Sports here on Villa.
A huge stolen round from Wii Sports coming all out of Nasty there. Excellent stuff from him. Massive contributor to the only other 1 round here that Wii Sports has as well. So a big player for this team. Quite literally keeping them in it, keeping them in this tournament, keeping their tournament lives alive as Ule Rat tries to knock them out here, get that 1 final round that they need to get the job done, but it's not going to happen there. They've got to go at it again here, and this time on a different site as well. That one will be locked away for Wii Sports, and they're going to head downstairs into dining now for the final round of regulation before overtime is triggered.
I mean, if Wii Sports gets out of Villa, all of them owe Nasty dinner. That's all I'm trying to say. This has been a Herculean effort from him just put forth to try and keep Wii Sports alive. 9-3 right now. And you know, you can take anybody on this team and try and combine him. I mean, hell, combine the rest of his teammates and they don't even add up. Well, they actually do, but it's very close to what he is doing. 9 kills for him, 9 kills for the rest of his team in the moment, and it's just such a difficult road for Wii Sports. Luckily enough, Nasty will have yet another nasty gun to be using. He'll have the MP5, luckily enough, with the 1.5 scope more than likely, so we could see him once again in the hot seat coming into the late round, especially if Ule Rat has an opener like they did that previous round.
Nasty currently leading the charge by a huge margin for his team at 9-3 right now, with the next highest player being Braxy at 4-4. 90 actually, unfortunately, yet to get on the board as of yet, but that doesn't seem to matter too much here with Nasty picking up all that slack and currently being our top performer in the server. Yamahashi, though, is very close behind him at 8-2. So once again, just as strong potentially of a contender sitting on the other side. Just needs to find the ability to take out Nasty, and things will look a lot cleaner here for Ule Rat in terms of their capability to shut this one down. Like I said, though, only this 1 round is all that remains between potentially Wii Sports and an overtime run to get themselves out of Villa. So Wii Sports certainly not out of the tournament just as of yet, although they are coming very, very close as Ule Rat builds up a big focus on their execute towards the Master Swing this time around.
Yes, indeed. And also some information coming in from down low from 90. Could be finding his first frag here, as that Nitro Cell is going to be a huge value this team, especially with that cardiac sensor. They actually have 2 of those down low, so Rise also with the ability to chuck one, but it's not even the Nitros that started off. Oh no, it's Rocky actually on an angle from inside of Trophy that'll find Minzy simply lying in wait inside of the bathroom and master closet area. They'll get taken down, but luckily enough for the offense, it's only going to be the Ash. They fought back a time and time again before, and Havoc will start it off here as we'll take down one with the ARX.
Braxy with a nice cutoff from underneath here, going to be able to do some serious damage to Capri and take him out as well. Quickly dashing down the stairs to get out of there as well after the job is done now. Once again, Ularat has been stunted. They're going to have to fight from the back foot here to try and win out this round, as they're now down to a 3 versus 4 here, with none of the remaining members of Wii Sports in sight and available for a trade here. This is a much slower, much more composed Ularat as they try to open up top-down angles to try and figure out Wii Sports' position and hopefully even out the player count if those top-down angles reveal 1 or 2 of them. Nighty as well trying to reverse that intel and give it over to the members of Wii Sports themselves. You can even see Yamahash going all the way down to the basement to do a little bit of this hunting to try and figure out where the roamed players are going to be set up at this late point in the round.
Could possibly sneak up and into Pantry as well, but Wii Sports finally, the resurgence here, and it looks like they'll be able to get it done. It's the Super Shorty coming out from the castle to take down the second to last member here. Is Fantasy has been called up for a huge round here, has the AK-12 and all of his HP, can also make a new window of opportunity for himself with that Selma charge, but once again, tall task here. Not too aggressive off rip just yet, but a beautiful shot onto the pulse. Has one inside of China as well, but went over to his right-hand side here for Kitchen. Fantasy trying to charge forward, but no one giving him the time of day. It'll be Rise to take him out. Fantasy just not able to suss out the positions enough to trust a push either there or over towards Pantry side, and just simply tries to sprint into Kitchen to try and find something. Ularat pushed to overtime for the very first time here.
So there we go. The slow, measured play from Wii Sports there catches multiple members of Ularat inside of the early round. Disallows for that ultimate advantage they'd been gaining in previous rounds to be gained. And more importantly, well, the players all on site, they were able to very quickly shut down the last straggler or 2 from Ularat as well to prevent any sort of clutch scenarios we've already seen twice from Nasty on the other side of things. That takes us into overtime, where Wii Sports are going to continue to have the advantage here. They get the defensive start, meaning that they're going to have 2 out of 3 of these rounds played on the defensive side. For Ularat, they're going to have to win at least one of these attacking rounds if they want to still come out on top of this series 2-0.
Well, another set of rounds in order to find out who will be our victor here on Villa. Wii Sports with a big change up to their defensive side as they will trust this same exact site yet again. Dining in Kitchen for Wii Sports, not the traditional AVG or trophy stat like we usually see. More than likely just because of Nighty's position overall. Obviously not a kill to his name, but an assist in all of because of that, actually. There should be a lot more inside of that category, I'll be honest with you, because the cardiac sensor is a big piece here that got Wii Sports so much done inside of that round. They knew exactly where these Ularat players were coming from. There was no guessing game to what could possibly be happening. Nighty was able to translate all of that to them from inside of his positioning in sight, and it just made it so very easy for the run game of Wii Sports to capitalize on these Ularat players.
So Ularat gonna have to try and find some way to either prevent Nighty from being able to use that utility, or just by taking him down outright would be another option to get him off the board here. By the way, that needs to become the concern here for these guys, is that info bleed was far too much for the Ularat roster to deal with. Rocky initially contesting over towards the main door, but he quickly switches that to a main stairs position after hearing some of the ruckus going on over here towards the study doorway. The problem is he's kind of pinched himself a little bit by positioning him on the main stairs. If anybody tries to swing from, say, Art Studio or even the main doorway, he's going to be in just as precarious of a scenario. But Ularat doesn't seem too fond of sticking around here. They're going to back away very quickly, and instead, I believe, actually, they might just try to go right for the site if they've caught enough players off-site to where they can take it. I think that's indeed going to be the plan. Yep, here we go. Capri is in. He's got the opening kill, and the rest of the team's going to follow it up very quickly. Plan already going down as well. Minzy with another one here as he takes down Nasty. The Nitro's out, but the thrower's dead, so it's not going to blow up here. And the plant's down on the ground. We don't even really need it there, as there's even a team kill against Ularat's favor, but still, they take everyone down as there is just no site defense set up there to stop them.
Actually, I feel as though what happened here is Wii Sports, they initially have that side defense set up, but since Ule-Rat tried to enter from the study side and we saw like a lot of noise going on inside of that space, we have the call from Rocky for a rotation to come and assist him in some of these gunfights as well as his info gain, and we have Pulse nowhere near the actual site, and that's exactly what Rocky saw. He walked in, or rather what was seen on that site at that moment, but that's exactly what the IQs saw. So they are able to call all of that out. I believe it was Khepri, and then immediately enter the building after that. They know that there's no Pulse inside of the area trying to figure out anything as to what's going on inside of the laundry space. So the immediate information that Wii Sports has at their disposal is the breaching charge going off. No one even heard it get put on the door. Right when it explodes is when they know that there's something. They don't even know that it's all of the Ule-Rat players, just that something is going on over near the laundry space, and they might have to have an answer to it. But they obviously didn't consider that it was more of a Trojan horse in the sense of there's 5 players inside of this very small square footage room.
So Ule-Rat with the heads-up play once again takes the lead for themselves at 4-3. One more round is all they need now. Once again, we'll have another 2-0 series to push Ule-Rat forward to face off against Wanted in the grand final. Wii Sports, though, wants to fight back, and once more, they'll have an opportunity to do it, but it will have to be on this attacking side, where we only saw success on that half in the clutch from the Nasty, where he was able to come out on top of a 1v4 that was a bit mishandled by the Ule-Rat roster. Now we're going to have to hope they can bring us something new to the table. Otherwise, this could be a swift run from Ule-Rat to take the 5-3 finish. But we've got Wii Sports out on the board here, into themselves closer to the building now. Khepri fighting off over here by the downstairs bathroom window. Could potentially pull off some more aggressive plays if he's given the opportunity to, but I think wants to wait for a close fight at the window before he even considers that. He's going to get one here in a second. He's got to actually watch his proximity as, Drone's going to spot him out, and one quick follow-up bullet would have been enough to take him out, but thankfully not going to see that at this point from anyone on Wii Sports, and he's just going to back away from the situation.
Yeah, luckily enough, Braxy almost inside of the zip code, but just not home in that situation in order to spray some shots in through that bathroom window. But that's going to make things a little bit easier for Ule-Rat, give them some room to breathe now, as they'll be able to rotate back towards site and try and use more of their utility in order to figure out what Wii Sports wants to do with this situation. These black eye cams especially are going to be a big piece to this as they try and work their way forward here, at least for Wii Sports consideration. Plenty of utility around the site as well to be able to heat off a lot of the throwables. We have Jaeger as well as the Rooney Gates and Wamai all in play. So a lot of these throwables more than likely not going to be hitting the spot, but we could see some things from the defensive end inside of that category, especially with Havoc now rotating downstairs with that nitro cell in his pocket.
Rocky taking some more damage here as he tries to transition closer to the site. He's going to go just under 50 HP. Havoc hears all these bullets being thrown out by Rise, but he can't figure out where they are. It takes him a second, but eventually finds the target. Rise will go down, and Havoc will fall back into tarps there, just kind of leaving Rocky to watch it. Nasty taking a huge amount of damage as well. He's now sub 20 HP and is going to have to fight without that. Remember, this was the big player for Wii Sports. This has been the clutch player, and him being so low this early on in the round, it cannot be a good sign, especially now that Rocky's been lost and Ule-Rat really takes the advantage as it's gone down to a 5v3. Nighty still kind of messing around up on the roof. They're not really sure what's going on with him, but either way, he's waiting this one out as it falls to Nasty and Braxy in the building to do the heavy lifting, and Havoc trying to run away. The clutch Nitro just barely clips the damage off onto Nasty, and with his foot bleeding through the bottom of the stairs, he's going to take him out. Beautifully done by Havoc, beautifully done by Ule-Rat, and it's looking more and more like they're going to be able to shut this one down.
What a bait from Havoc. He sets up a nitro cell, pops the air jab, and just runs down the staircase, blowing up the nitro cell in the process and removing the Wii Sports player from this entire continent. Just obliterates him. Unfortunate for Wii Sports, but now they're down into the 2 versus 5, and I don't even believe that 90's really here anymore.
I think I believe that he's, or something.
Yeah, I believe that he's taking a break. He's on the roof, and he's not going to get another kill. Yes, he is indeed all the way up here, but Khepri's going to get him anyways. They got a default cam out there. That's going to be a flawless round to end it, and Ule-Rat will take it all here on Villa.
Ularat will succeed, ladies and gentlemen, and they will push forward with their aggressive play style, leading the charge for them. They take the 2-0 lead in the series, and that's enough to move them out of it, as they will go onwards into the grand finals now to face off against Team One, who we saw earlier making their path forward into that position as well. The PlayStation 5s are ready to be shipped out, ladies and gentlemen. We just need to figure out who we're sending them to. And thankfully, we've got it down to 10 players. We just need to cut that number in half one more time to see who our grand champion is going to be here for the PlayStation Tournament's European Championship.
5 brand new consoles, 1,000 euros on the line, cash as well. I mean, Ularat has got to be happy about this. 2-0 fashion once again for Ularat, although Villa was a lot harder fought than Border was. Border was a very quick and participation trophy-esque effort from Wii Sports, as they were not able to get too much done, all things considered. But Ularat just simply outclassing them in a lot of different situations. Unfortunate for Wii Sports, as there was a lot of things that were positive about what they were able to achieve, but Ularat just time and time again better in a multitude of these different situations.
Yeah, big commiserations to Nasty specifically, who gave us 2 incredible clutch performances, nearly 3 as we saw from that replay right there as well. 2 incredible clutch performances coming out from him to save this team more than once and ultimately try to push them into overtime, where they look to try and survive one final time, but it unfortunately just was not enough. The combined power out of the more aggressively lean players on Ularat, like Yamahash, like Minzy in the early round, and then even as we get towards the late round as well, Hevog on the roam, Capri, and the final player as well. Just such a powerful package to deal with, especially if you try to match their pacing, as we're going to see here once again, where they catch the lack of defense on the site inside of the second half here, or inside of overtime, excuse me, and move themselves into a quick position to execute here, just inside of the first 30 or 40 seconds of the round as well. Great stuff there from Ularat and catching that.
Yes, absolutely. And here's that beautiful Nitro cell from Hevog as well. I mean, just look at the way that he baits with that. And the other thing is with that air jab going off, the tunnel vision that comes along with that. You only have moments in order to capitalize upon a kill like that. And speaking of kills, it was very hotly contested between Nasty and Yamahash as to who was going to come out on top and as the MVP in that one. But obviously Yamahash and the rest of Ularat coming out on top here, as Nasty ends up having 9 kills, but just not enough to be able to get Wes across the line.
Go ahead and take a look at our bracket, ladies and gentlemen, one final time to see where exactly things sit as we've made it to the ultimate point of this tournament here. Wanted Team FR 2-0ing 2023, and Ularat has 2-0 to Wii Sports. That takes us to the grand final, where we finally have it. Wanted Team FR versus Ularat for the title of the European champion for our PlayStation Tournaments Championship, ladies and gentlemen. We do have to do some housekeeping real quick, so we are going to be calling out our friends. First of all, before we do the housekeeping bit, we're going to call out our friends over at compete.playstation.com, as they're helping, of course, to sponsor this tournament and providing all the prizes for today. You guys can go ahead over to the website, check it out, because there's not only tournaments for Rainbow Six, there's not only tournaments for some of your other probably well-known competitive titles, but at the same time, there are so many tournaments for so many different games. Go ahead over to compete.playstation.com to find out all the information you need on how to sign up for your favorite games. 2 of us are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we do come back, it'll be time for the grand finals of the PlayStation Tournament's European Championship. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PlayStation Tournament's Rainbow Six European Championships. We have come down to our final two teams, and now it is time to play out the grand final and play out this prizing as well to see who's going to be walking home with a PlayStation 5 for each and every member of the team, on top of €1,000 in cash to be split amongst the participants as well. I'm excited to hop into this one. We've seen some really great build up to this moment, and now it's finally time to see these two teams clash against each other. It's going to be Wanted going up against their opponents here. Stokes, how do you feel about this matchup?
Wanted versus Ule-Rat, my friend. I am so very excited. Both of these teams having their own unique play style. I would say Wanted is a little bit more coordinated in the way that they do things, but the aggression's still definitely there. As for Ule-Rat, this is pure, unadulterated aggression. They are in your face the entire time. They just constantly want these gunfights and to win it out inside of the man advantage instead of the plant. But if it comes down to that, they'll do that too. We saw some very, very interesting things coming out on Villa, a stomp on Border, and as you said, it's all built up to this moment. The grand final should be quite an entertaining one.
All right, so let's go ahead and get the bracket up on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, see how exactly these two teams managed to make it to this point of the tournament. One final time, I know we already talked about it quite a bit, as we saw Team Wanted work their way past 2023 without too much of an issue earlier on once again. Kind of outclassed them in terms of the skill gap there, so able to push past without too much of an issue, earning them the first spot here. For Ule-Rat, though, had to fight it out against Wii Sports, went the distance on that second map after Ule-Rat crushed it on the initial map of Border with a 4-0 victory going their way. Wii Sports did fight back, pushing it all the way into overtime for the second map, but unfortunately fell there as well, also giving Ule-Rat a 2-0 victory for their position here in the grand final.
Absolutely the case, my friend. And both of these teams also have some pretty solid win rates coming into this, dropping very minimal maps as Ule-Rat drops 2 and Wanted only dropping 1, 88% win rate and 85% win rate respectively. But just to point it out, Ule-Rat did end up playing quite a few more matches, folks. So a little bit of a longer road, all things considered, for them. So a couple more reps in as a team here. So hopefully we'll see some successful siege on both sides of the board.
Absolutely the case, and we'll be getting the map video up on screen in a few minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the teams are actually still deliberating on that at this point, so we will have that available for you guys as soon as the teams have decided on that. But in the meantime, we can continue to talk once again about the performances that these two rosters have brought to the table. That really flashy play style we were getting out of Ule-Rat, I think, is going to be very fun to see played out against the discipline that we got out of Team Wanted from the initial series as well. A team playing very close together, focusing very heavily on their attacks on the drone presence and relying quite heavily on their utility setups for the defense. So Ule-Rat, I think, is going to have their work cut out for them a little bit more here in this grand final compared to what we were seeing before versus esports in the semi.
A lot more controlled aggression coming out from Wanted, and that's what I expect to see yet again here playing into Ule-Rat. Now, this might offer up a couple of different things, honestly, especially from the Wanted camp. I don't think Ule-Rat's going to be slowing down their playstyle at all, so we could see more of a coordinated front coming out of Wanted, because there's definitely some exploitable factors to a playstyle like that, at least the one that they are imbuing into the map as of right now. It's a lot of solo play. Now, the good thing is here for Ule-Rat is that they've done a very good job of playing at least close enough to each other to be able to refrag. We've seen that time and time again, that when one player gets in hot water, someone immediately rushes into their space to try and assist them. It usually ends up in a refrag, or, you know, them just being able to be that saving grace and get them out of that scenario. So there's a lot of different ways that this can break down. I'm just excited to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, absolutely the case. The big thing that Ularat's going to have to contend with, even though they do seem to have kind of that buddy system built up between each other again, is the intel, the amount of, kind of success we've seen out of the intel game coming in here from Team One, and specifically on their drone game for the attack. They've been very good at spotting out those more aggressive setups or even players that might be lurking in the corner and whatnot. This is something that we saw Wii Sports kind of struggle with in terms of trying to figure out where they would be playing from. So that's going to make their work a little bit more difficult to pull off and their playstyle a little more difficult to pull off overall. We have the poll results in, as we had that poll about who you guys at home thought was going to win going, and it seems most of you favor Team Wanted quite heavily here. I would tend to agree, but keep a bit of an asterisk on that in terms of waiting to see how the first map goes, since I haven't seen these two teams clash against each other, and more importantly, we don't know what the maps are just as of yet here too, so that could be a pretty big determining factor in which team that I personally, at least, am going to be favoring before we head into this one. And like I said, teams I believe are still actually working on that veto, so we'll have it as soon as we get it from the teams themselves, and we could start talking about that aspect of this matchup, as I think that matters quite heavily as we get ready to play into this one as well.
It absolutely does. And that's the big thing is, you can have a certain play style that you want to play, but you have to adhere to the rules of Rainbow Six Siege. I think that that's the one thing that a lot of people get lost in translation when it comes to Rainbow Six. It's like, oh, just push, click heads, you win the game. No, that's not really it at all. Like these maps can really affect you in the way that you want to try and get things done. And that's why Blue is just so quizzical about, what map pool we're going to, because this could completely change how these people have to play the game. There's going to be some things that are required on maps in order to have. I mean, if we go to a map like Coastline, you don't even have to play Hard Breach. But if we go on over to Cafe, you better bring the most amount of utility that you can possibly muster as the offensive side, because you're going to need it to bunker bust a lot of these setups. So there's a lot of different ways in order this could go, especially with even newer maps coming in, John. I mean, we haven't even got to cast Favela or Canal today, and I'm down to cast either. So, if we got those inside of the grand final, it could be a lot of fun, but we've had quite a few competitive maps, all except for Border, that we've seen here today. Although Border really wasn't even that competitive, all things considered. A 4-0 by Ularat, so more than likely not going to be seeing that one get through.
Go ahead and get some replays going here for Team Wanted, as once again it has been a couple hours now since we've seen them play. We saw earlier how their play worked out for them inside of the semifinals. They're going to be the orange team on this screen, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, here, as you can see the overlay coming up now to assist you with that. But once again, the aggression that was coming out from 2023 just nowhere near enough when we look at the more analytical play that was coming out from Team Wanted over the course of their series against 2023 here. Just so cerebral in how they were catching any of the aggressive plays moving out from 2023, and it led to quite a few situations where players on 2023 were shut down before they could make any plays happen. That was save for this round here, where Mystery Massacre had an absolutely beautiful 1v3 clutch. I think it was actually more or near 1v3 clutch, Mr. Shea, trying to shut things down there against the Team Wanted roster. And that, again, just irons the point home about how Wanted really seemed to have control over the situation, even when it may not necessarily appear that way.
Absolutely. And as of now, waiting on that map pool to see where we will be going. I mean, with both of these teams and the way that they've been playing the game so far, I feel like there's a lot of different ways that this could end up breaking down, especially, with the map pools that were more than likely going to be presented. Quite a few of these maps will more than likely be more of a controlled playstyle just because of the amount of utility that the offense will have to bring, but that doesn't mean that we have to slow this down at all, especially with the playstyle that we saw on Villa. These teams have been quite aggressive towards the entry points to the building, especially from the points that they think that are going to be entered. For instance, like AVG upstairs on Villa, we had a lot of the defensive members starting off inside of Master Bedroom to try and get those gunfights early and set the pace for the entirety of the round extremely early on.
And meanwhile, on the other side of the coin for Ularat, it's just been all aggression all days. And while, again, it's been weighted in a similar fashion to what we have seen from time to time coming out of the Wanted roster, it seems a lot more wild and a lot less controlled in terms of where we're seeing it, and more importantly, how early we're getting those types of plays coming out from Ularat. They seem to be right from the get-go of the round. If they notice a point of opportunity where someone's going to overstep, be a little bit too far away from their teammates and too far alone or something like that, and they've got a member of their team on the defense position to punish that, they're going to use it, as we will see here, especially from our border replays as well. Right at the beginning of every round, you can see this from Hevog now, leaping into the fight. A little bit too heavy, though, in that situation where he ends up overstepping his bounds a little bit. But the good news is it's not just him or one other member of the team doing it. It's nearly every single member of this Ulurat roster that seems to have the capability to swing out and play into these aggressive playstyles and oftentimes win the fights that they are presented with as well.
Absolutely, my friend. Ulurat constantly coming out on the positive side of these engagements, and that's actually kind of crazy, all things considered. You know, especially with what we saw coming out of Nasty on that second map, there was a lot of issues that could have been presented to Ulurat, but they ended up getting through the thick of it. So congratulations to them on making it this far. As you know, we are up and on to the grand final. There's going to be 5 people going home with some brand new PlayStation 5s and also $1,000 at cold hard cash. I mean, what is there to complain about when you're playing for such high stakes?
Certainly not a lot in that department there at all to complain about. So once again, folks, we're just waiting to get the information from the players in terms of where they want to take this map pool towards. And aside from that, we will be starting probably momentarily with the actual matchup here, getting ourselves into it. And we do finally have those maps. Let's start talking about that as we finally have the decision made here. And it is going to be actually fairly similar to the maps we've played out before. No huge surprises here in terms of where we've picked towards. Border is the start of this series for Ulurat, the same choice they made for the semifinal. Oregon is going to be the pick from Wanted Team FR. And finally, if we do need to play our third map, it'll be going over towards Clubhouse. So quite a bit of freedom going to be presented to Ulurat here. Wanted going to have a tough task of controlling them on pretty much all these maps, save for Clubhouse.
Honestly, I feel like it's going to be every single map that they're going to be running into these issues. I mean, these maps are something that we refer to a lot as just congested, right? It's a lot of close quarters fights going on, and that means that you have to get in the face of your opponent no matter what. I think something that's big here is going to be the shotgun play and what we see coming out of the M590s on defense. If those are hitting their marks, it might be very difficult for either of these teams to actually work into the site, but we'll have to see. We're just moments away, folks, from jumping into our very first map inside of our grand final here in this best of 3 on Border.
Indeed, everything is resolved. Everything is set and ready to be played at this point. So once again, just waiting on to get all of our players into the lobby, set and prep to go, and then we can get things started with that first map. Once again, more than likely going to be on Border. We'll get confirmation of that in a few moments. Either Border or Oregon is where we're going to be hopping into here. And it should be quite the fun affair either way. A map that these two teams are certainly going to be fully familiar with. And Border as well, considering the long position it has had inside of just Siege in general, should make our teams that much more comfortable going into it. Even though it's not necessarily one of our normal competitive maps, it's one that specifically for Ulurat, they feel very comfortable in their ability to kind of hop out aggressively on that defensive side, as well as try to lock down their opponents on the attack. There are a few problems, as we saw, with getting access to the first floor and kind of making that transition down from a tier 2 to a first floor assault for themselves back on the 1 or 2 sites we played out for there. But other than that, your mastery being exercised for them, and I think that one is going to have their work cut out for them. Could say the same thing for Ulurat going on to Oregon as well, though. We saw Wanted give a masterclass performance of specifically defense inside of that map also. So 2 very strong positions. Clubhouse, we have yet to play, so that one's going to be a little bit more of a question mark in terms of what type of a performance we will get out of both teams, but I think it will be just as exciting of an affair.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, especially if we do get to Clubhouse, that's what I am personally hoping for, because that's where, you know, you just separate the hard breachers. Who's the more talented hard breach? Who can get these walls open? And not only that, coordinate the strike to get into sight, because as we were talking about previously, it's going to be quite CQC based, and that is just the highest trait when it comes to Clubhouse. You are constantly on top of each other once you get inside of that map. There is no space to be having long distance gunfights. I think the longest distance you can possibly kill somebody from is either outside from a balcony or all the way inside from strip club all the way into stock with an angle that we see pretty commonly. But that's really it. Everything else is just room to room combat that we will be seeing time and time again. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be electric, but we have to get there first. And luckily enough, we've got some hotly contested maps on the front end in order to get us there.
Absolutely the case. So ladies and gentlemen, we are working on getting the players into the lobby as quickly as possible. Do stick with us here as we're going to take a short break. When we do come back here, we will have that first map ready to go to continue on with the PlayStation Tournament's European Championship Rainbow Six Grand Final. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back once again here. Hopefully just another minute or two away from the start of the grand final. Gotta wait for these players to jump into the server, guys, so apologies once more for the delay. We wait for everybody to get in and get ready. Once we have that, as I believe we're just waiting on one more player, we should be good to start things off. If you are just joining us, this is the grand final between Wanted Team FR and Ule Rat. This is going to be a best of 3 series here. And to start things off, we're going to be going into Border in just a few moments. This is the same map that Ule Rat dominated on our previous series. Took a 4-0 victory there versus Wii Sports, and eventually was able to take the second map against them on Villa as well. Now going to look to repeat that with a victory on Border again, and hopefully a follow-up on Oregon this time to crown them as the overall champions. But of course, looking to stop them on the other side of the bracket is Team Wanted, who has been bringing quite a bit of that team-centric performance that's worked out quite well for them. And they, too, have already picked up a map on their home pick of Oregon. So hopefully going to have their work cut out for them a little bit more this time.
Yeah, we have kind of just like more of a Ferrari in one corner and more of like a sport utility vehicle in the other. Well, it gets a lot done. It can cross a lot of terrains. It's a little bit more coordinated though. Whereas that Ferrari, I mean, it's just a little wild, John. Get on that throttle a little bit too much. It might take you to some places you're not really ready for. So we'll have to see what goes down in between these two. I'm feeling some hotly contested maps, hopefully, in between them, especially with our map, the catalyst for this entire best of 3 being Border. I think this is going to go off with some fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. Once again, as we've already seen here, the aggressive plays right from the beginning of each round that we're almost certainly going to get from at least one of our teams here in Ule Rat when they get onto the defensive side. And the more composed kind of methodical play we'll get out of Wanted here as they try once again to piece these players out one by one and slowly knock them off of the ranking boards as well here. We'll see which play style ends up reigning supreme. We've already seen from the Ule Rat game earlier that Wii Sports demanded a little bit of respect out of Ule Rat, caused them to slow down their play just a tad, at least on the initial map there, after once again finally adjusting and catching on to those more aggressive swings we were getting in the first 2 rounds. They slowed it down and they were able to once again make that a bit more of an effort. Here's the bans one more time, folks, just in case you wanted to see them for all you watching at home. Border is the first pick from Ule Rat. Oregon is the second map from Wanted Team FR, and the third and final map is going to be Clubhouse if we do need to go to it.
Quite the map pool in between these two, and as we were talking about previously, that starting map being Border. But Oregon more than likely going to be the serious map to consider here, as Ule Rat more than likely will take Border. Than previously perfect, flawless on this in a 4-0 victory, whereas Oregon I feel like could be a big trick here coming in from Wanted, where we could see them really take it to Ule Rat and try and guarantee this Clubhouse. Either way, I feel like this is probably the only series that we've had today that is pointed towards the full best of 3 having to be utilized to find out who is taking home some brand new PS5s as well as $1,000 in cash.
Don't forget that our second place team here, just for making it to this point in the tournament, whoever ends up as the loser of this matchup is still going to be going home. I believe it was a €500 PlayStation card as well. Obviously to be split amongst the players, so it's going to be €100 for each individual players. We can get that actually up on the screen to confirm it. And indeed, there it is. The PlayStation 5 is available to each member of the winning team along with €1,000 in cash. Second place is going home with the $500 PlayStation Store credit and €100 for each person.
So some cash on the line as well as some brand spanking new PlayStation 5s. And let me tell you, they run Rainbow Six Siege pretty darn well. So both of these squads more than likely going to be excited about getting this one up and going here to decide who can possibly take this max prize.
Absolutely the case, folks. So once more, just waiting, I believe, on that single player to join the lobby still. Been the same thing for this whole time we've been here, unfortunately. So just working on getting that player into the lobby, and then we should be good to once again get things started with our grand final here. Once more, to talk through so much about these teams. We're just waiting to get things started. We are ready to jump into the action, but are the players ready? Not yet. So we're going to sit here and keep on talking about the potentials coming out of this matchup. Like we said, it's kind of the story of aggression versus more weighted team-focused style. That's going to be the storyline coming into this one. Ule Rat bringing out the uncontrolled, crazy swings from the windows right at the beginning of the round, whereas Team Wanted will stick together as that full 5-man unit and try to play each and every moment of the round in that grouping.
Absolutely the case, my friend. And as you said, just waiting on a couple of people to get in here. And I mean, I think all things considered for today, my friend, it's been pretty overwhelming. I would say the PlayStation players have something going on, and there's something in the water around here. Some very aggressive plays, you know. We've also had some different strategies coming out of kind of a prioritization in different utilities, and you know, just trying to make things overall a little bit more gun lenient, I would say. We have a lot of, you know, utility being selected to try and thwart people from rotating or roaming and just trying to get these heads up gunfights to propel themselves into sight or to batter off any of the offenders.
Usually not a lot of very super utility heavy compositions, though, beyond like just the kind of utility mitigation operators that are being brought in from time to time. That's kind of the heaviest bit of it we're seeing for the most part among our defensive lineups, like your Arunis, Jaegers, as well as Wamais to kind of block off nades. Not seeing a whole lot of like delay style play aside from like smoke. So no, like not a lot of like Goyo pickups coming in here or other operators similar to him that can kind of waste the time away or provide good late round intel. It's thinking operators like Maestro and whatnot as well. We're not seeing a whole lot of yet. So curious to see if any of that is going to be explored at all, or if once again there's going to be still a continued emphasis on the more kind of middle of the ground movement heavy operators that do have that freedom to kind of swing all over the map here and kind of roam on their own if they necessarily need to.
Yeah. And truth be told, I think that's something that we'll be seeing quite a bit from Ule Rat. They were quite aggressive, I know, as we've been saying for quite some time, to the outside of the map. But that's something that I wanted to see them continue to try and abuse throughout their gameplay, especially from that defensive end. I think that it'll work out really well for them up against Wanted. But here's the caveat to that. They have to know when to fall back. That's the downfall of this strategy. A lot of teams don't know when it's time to leave. They try and stick it out, play their life, and usually their life ends up going in favor of the opposing squad. So we want to see what Ule Rat can possibly get done here on Border, because we've already seen some pretty crazy plays from them. But most importantly, what can Wanted do here that our previous team could not?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we continue to wait for the full player count to be in the server, we do want to give a nice shout out to our friends at PlayStation for helping us out with this tournament here today. PlayStation tournaments, feel free to head over to compete.playstation.com, where you guys can find out all the information you need on how to sign up for tournaments like this one. And not just for tournaments in Siege either. They have tournaments for all of your favorite PlayStation games. So feel free to go ahead and check it out. See if your favorite game has a platform and see if you might have some tournaments you can be able to sign up for. On top of that, they're running a really cool promotion right now where you guys can win cash prizes as well as in-game rewards just for participating in tournaments. You don't even have to win. So let's go ahead and find out more about the Winter Winathon.
The PlayStation Winter Winathon is well underway, but there's still plenty of time to spread the holiday spirit throughout your favorite games. Rank towards the top of our monthly leaderboard and receive cash prizes. No need to win the whole tournament, just individual matches to score points. Channel your inner champion and make your mark on the competition by December 31st.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Winter Winathon. Feel free to head over to compete.playstation.com to find out all the information you need on how to be a part of the Winter Winathon running until the end of this month. Once more, folks, we are back once again here for the European Championship Grand Final, looking to get this lobby started as quickly as possible and get us into our first map of the tournament, or first map of the final here, to get us that much closer to a grand final. It's that much closer to handing out these 5 PS5s that we have available for our winning team, on top of 200 euros for each player. It's going to be very fun once we do hop into it. Like we said, we've got a great spread of very strat heavy and more free-flowing maps, as well as a good variation of team styles. So much built up into this series. We're just waiting for it to get started here. And ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that start is not going to come just yet. We do apologize one more time. We're going to have to go to a short break. But when we do come back, promise you, we will have the beginning of this grand final once more for the PlayStation Tournament's Rainbow Six European Championship. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. We return to you with some very unfortunate but decisive news regarding our grand final. Due to the delay it has caused to start this match, Rat has been disqualified, and that does mean that our champion of the 2021 PlayStation Tournament's European Rainbow Six Championship is going to be Team Wanted. They will take it 2-0 by default here in the grand final, and that means they are going to be going home with the PlayStation 5s as well as the 1,000 euros in cash to be split amongst their team. A big congratulations to them. Unfortunate that we were not able to play out the grand final, but it is what it is, and that claims our champion, ladies and gentlemen. A big congratulations to Team Wanted, who will be your winner here today.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Wanted an amazing squad to be able to take this, but let's take a look at the schedule really quick, folks, and show you guys exactly what went on here today and what's going on further into the future here for PlayStation tournaments, because as we told you, this isn't the only thing on compete.playstation.com. Oh no, we also have NBA 2K 2022 as well as the FGC Arcade. Make sure you guys tune in on not only the 18th, but also the 20th of December to experience both of those.
It's going to be both tomorrow as well as 2 days after that, folks. Both those streams will be starting at the same time as today, so if you were with us for the beginning, just remember what that time was, and we'll see you hopefully in a few days. Aside from that, though, that does wrap up the festivities here for today, ladies and gentlemen. We do want to give one final shout out to PlayStation Tournaments for helping to sponsor this event. Make sure you guys are heading over to compete.playstation.com, where you can find out all the information you need on how to sign up, not only for Rainbow Six or NBA 2K or FGC tournaments, but tournaments for almost all of your favorite PlayStation titles. Feel free to head over and see how you can sign up to get into the action. Thank you all very much for tuning in to today's broadcast. My name is Blue. Joining me here on the broadcast was Stokes. We hope you all have a wonderful rest of the day, and we'll see you next time here for PlayStation Tournaments.
PlayStation